Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Someone needs to fix that green screen. The parallel dimension seems to be slipping through. Hello, Darth Angelus. It's only 18:15 UK time. I don't normally see you till around 2100. Well, I see you a lot more than that through your window, but we won't go into that. Also, it's a Tuesday, adds Prosecutor Walden. Is it? Oh, I'm completely thrown off. I had no idea. I had an idea, actually. I had the idea of live streaming on an off day because I'm doing something that... Can we just raw webcam? There we go. Because I'm working on the graphic design for the user interface, for the auto splitter, for cluster truck, for prepositions, for with, too, of. And I've gotten to a point where I need some input from... Actually, I've already made my decision, but I just want to show it. I need your input on what you think is the better design. Because I've got two different designs for the user interface for the program, and if we just step over here, it's okay, here, I forgot which way things were going to slide. If we just step over here, we can see my design, and you guys can shut up just in case you're too loud. We can see my design for the settings window that I made up to look like a circuit board, and that's so cool that it really makes the design for the original whipped together in an hour, maybe an hour and a half if I'm honest, maybe 2 hours if I'm really honest, design that I came up with for the main window of the program there. So we've done zoom, please, as Darth Angelus, zoom. There you go. There's some zoom for you. It is a little bit easier to look at when it's zoomed in, especially on 1080p screen, but this is the native size of it. That's 100%. That's what it's going to be, you know, size-wise on your screen when you're running the application. But we will go ahead and zoom it. It's a good idea. All this time spent not speedrunning, it's going to come back to bite you when you get back to it. I think it's actually going to make me better. Usually, the act of stepping away from something for a really long time and then coming back to it, you know, there will be certain places, surely, where I'll, like, forget what my latest methods were or something like that, but generally just, like, coming in fresh and not being locked into, you know, your usual patterns tends to help me out, at least, you know, for a bit, and then you get into your old patterns again. So you want to see if we agree or not, says Prosecutor Walton. I don't care whether I want to show it off, but I need your input on what you think is the better design. So I came in and I said, all right, what do I want to do with this? How do I even get started? What would I do to make this design go? And since we're already doing sort of a, you know, what's that called? Uncanny Valley, semi-realism kind of deal for the settings thing and making it into a circuit board, I said, okay, well, let's make it into something like a handheld, like a tablet, like a gaming device, like a something, and I got to work on this. So I just drew out sort of the basic ideas and shapes that I had in my mind for what could be done for the design, and what I had in mind was the idea of, I really like this idea, that it's basically sort of like a Nintendo Switch, you know, it's a tablet for gaming that's been turned on its side, you know, because I want the program to be more vertical than... So anyway, you know, that's the general idea. So on the sides there, you got sort of areas for your thumbs to go or where you'd grab, that kind of a deal. And then these bits were going to be like speakers, because, I don't know, I liked it. I liked the idea. You gotta fill the empty space with something, so we'll do like little speaker carvings and cutouts and holes or something. Then down here we'll have LEDs. This will be the big tab that you press in order to get the actual settings window to come up and out. This will be for the close button and the minimize button, and then split RP on the side, and then this will be a screen, and this screen is actually 16:9 ratio, because as long as you're going to be playing with realism, uncanny valley stuff, might as well go that direction. So that was my basic outline that I started with, and from there I ended up on this.
You come here all the time. Here's one for free.
Circuit board is a cooler one, but a tablet is easier to understand and glance and more intuitive.
Okay, yes it is, but we're not done, and thank you for interrupting because now I can put this up and say I ended up on this. Um, there's there's the design, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now this is the one that I prefer. I have two designs that are the same basic concept, but they're skinned a little bit differently and colored a little bit differently. But that's my tablet at the end of it in you know, Miami 1984 colors, and I like it. I like it. I get the, I went for the sense that these are sort of like rubberized, edges there, and you get the old like rubber dice kind of buttons, or at least they feel like rubber. And you got the stand up plastic, speaker grills with a different color there, and I just like the contrasting colors when I look at this. I also like the fact that the split RP is in pink. When I look at this, it just makes me happy, you know? It's not necessarily sleek and hip and all those things, but it just makes me happy. I just, the brightness of the colors, and by the way, this is what it looks like at the resolution that it will be on your screen, so that's about the size of it. That is exactly the size of it that it would be on a 1080p screen anyway. But zoomed in is a little bit easier to divine, what's going on with it. Oh, by the way, Mosaic Task Force, thank you for the sub. I didn't realize that was a sub. I got caught up in the oops, I didn't have the layer up. Thank you for the subscription. 17 friggin' months you've been going. You like the pink? I would have gone for Ronin Pawn Red, just an idea. Well, I did in the other design, and I will show it to you because I'm pretty confident that you'll all like it better. I think it is an objectively better design, but I prefer this one, is how I'm going to say that in the beginning here. So before we get on to looking at the other design, let's look at the various like toggles for this design. So first off, when you press the settings button, the mouse over will look like that. So it'll be beep, 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 and it's just going to be a mouse over. When you mouse over it, it'll do that, and then I'm thinking I'm going to make it an actual clickable, which I haven't used in my from my library, my Tkinter UI library. I haven't used clickable. Clickable's just been the base for everything, but I think it's just going to be a clickable. So when you mouse over it, it'll do that, and when you click on it, it'll just slide out the settings window, the little card there. But so that's just a two-state thing, up and down. And the last thing I did there was making the word settings be at just a slight angle with a little bit of extra shine coming down from the light to, show that it's sort of pivoting from the edge and being pushed inward. I like it. So that's that. And then more coolerish, I think, and prettier in general, is the buttons. So the top buttons group. Now I'm going to have to take them out in order to show you each state. I'll show you this one just boom. So the difference between the two states, there's a little bit of transparency to both of them, which is why the borders are getting darker as I click on and off of them. So, the images that I'll be, the little screenshots I'll be taking in order to make this into actual UI, I'll take them where they're not layered over the top of each other. When you mouse over them, they're just going to sort of do that. It's just going to be like you put a little bit of pressure on the button, something to give you an indication that, yes, I've moused over it. And the reason it's going to do that is because when you push them down, they're going to do that. They're going to be buttons that they push in on just one side of them. And I can't really show you like flicking back and forth between the two because if I put the other one underneath it, because it's transparency, it's going to be like that. But that's the idea. Dig, 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 dig. So each button will do that independently and individually, but I really like that little angled design. And again, this is what it will look like. Some of where you're seeing like hard edges and those pixels, and it tends to disappear once you get it to the normal scaled size. But up here, or it does entirely, at least to my eyes on all these designs. But yeah, I really like that, the little dice buttons that push in and go in at an angle. It's very nice, I think. So that is the design that I actually started with, and I started out trying to make it like split RP, and the RP was in red, like you were saying, Mosaic Task Force, or rather Darth Angelus was saying, red, to go along with your me, Ronan Pawn, red on white and stuff. And I started there, but I just couldn't make it work. Like the colors weren't coming together. Red is actually a color that's kind of hard to bounce off of anything else. Red contrasts well against certain blues, and against white, I think, and blacks and stuff like that. But it's a very darkish kind of a color scheme. So I immediately said, all right, well, let's just play around with other colors, and I landed on this, which I prefer. But then while I was working on this, I was working on the settings button. I was like, I wonder if I could make that look like it's backlit from underneath, like it's glassy, and there's an LED underneath, and when you hit it, it lights up. And when I was experimenting with that, I landed on something that I couldn't not completely redesign based upon. So here's the other skin for it. And there's your split RP. With the glassy, it's candy jewel is what it is. You're getting that, they're backlit from underneath. It's, clear plastic with radiance, luminescence, and just sort of etched in the symbols for the X and for the close, the underscore, and the settings and stuff like that. And it's this is the one where if this were a product in stores, this is the design that you'd want to put on the shelves. I mean, look at it at its native resolution, because that is its native resolution. That's the one you'd want to sell it with, because that looks just hot. It's sleek, it's sexy, it's techno, it's good. It's very modern. Yeah, baby. And I recognize that and acknowledge that. The other thing about this design, though, is that it feels like it's trying. And it is. It's trying. And like I say, if you wanted to put one of these on the shelves, you'd sell it with this. Why? Because it's trying to sell itself. It's definitely trying to sell itself. It's convincing you to buy it visually. Whereas the other design is comfortable with itself. It's not trying to look cool. It's trying to be fun and interesting. Interesting being the primary word there. It's comfortable with being interesting rather than cool, whereas this one is cool. So I think this is the one that most people will be attracted to, and even me. Like when I first designed it, I was looking at it and go, God, that's so much slicker, and the glass and that candy backlit jeweled kind of, I can't get past that. And then once I finished the design, I went back and forth between the two of them and realized, no, I like the colors. I like the fact that it pops, that it's vivid, and also that it's inviting. If you're going to have this thing sitting on your screen for a while, this looks sexy and sleek and hot, but it also looks, lifeless. It looks like technology that is cold. And, even with the warm colors there, it looks like cold technology that doesn't care that much. Whereas this, looks like somebody took one of those, bought it off the shelf, and then went home and customized it to their tastes. This one is trying to, it's living in its masculinity. It's a 16-year-old boy's design. It wants people to think of it a certain way, and it has something to prove. This one has been to some gay bars. It's explored its sexuality. It feels completely comfortable in itself. It doesn't care what the fuck you think anymore. And it is going to rollerblade down the beach in the shortest fucking shorts it can find. Not for you, but for it. Okay? Although you can look and that'll make it feel better, but it's about you looking at it and it feeling. It's me. It's about me. It's not trying to prove anything, It wants to look the way that it wants to look for its own enjoyment. Have you ever seen any 90s teen movie? Even the comfortable ones become cool in the end, says Darth Angelus. The backlit red is tough on the eyes next to a dark theme. You think so? I went ahead and put this background behind it just so that it would, Yeah, I think it pops really nicely against the dark theme because of the brightness there, but Yeah, I just like the other one. I think it's more inviting. So I'm going to, release both of them. I'll pack them both up, and I think what I'll do is I'll hide a little settings thing, or maybe I'll stick in an extra toggle somewhere in here, or something that you can click on that isn't labeled, and then it'll switch the skins based on which way you flipped the toggle, but it won't be labeled. It'll just be shoved in somewhere, like over here or something like that. I like the idea of that, something that's broken, or I don't know. But I'll have both of the designs available, but this is the one that I prefer. I like it. It's fun. It's fun. It's colorful. It's enjoying itself. Thank you. Both is a good options as Mosaic Task Force. Yeah. Yeah. And also that'll give me an opportunity to consider the possibility for my Tkinter library, guiABLE, that I've been writing, to more thoroughly explore the idea of having, sort of a base concept of skinnability of everything. That everything is skinnable, and that it's, everything already is skinnable, but I mean the idea of being able to, like, have a skin file next to your settings file, and have the end user be able to replace all of your graphics and textures and the color of the background colors of things and stuff like that, so that you can design an application the way you want it to look, and then if somebody cares, or if you want to, provide this feature to people, it'd just be inbuilt that they could reskin your design the way that they wanted to. You could, release multiple skins for it without having to kill yourself, that kind of a thing. So having 2 skins for this project will ultimately push me further down that, which I'd already been thinking about, so it's a good thing. But yeah, those are the 2 designs. This is the Tehatness design. You can't see it, it's behind chat, but that's what I called it. And then this one's called Circa 1984. If you let the people have access to the circuit board, people can fix their own devices. Have you learned nothing from Apple or Microsoft? Or That's true. I mean, what I should be doing is I should put a label, actually, right down here. Just pop in pop in a label that says, any attempt to, like, you will void the warranty if you touch this, kind of a thing. Because that's what Microsoft did, and what Apple and what all of them have done for quite a long time. I don't know if they've even stopped doing it now. And by the way, it's been illegal since the late 60s or early 70s. We have a law in the United States, at least, that says, yeah, you can't actually require people to service your devices exclusively from you, as though you are the only people who know what a resistor or a capacitor is. So you can't do that because obviously, like, every car manufacturer wants you to bring the car in for service at their service center, and then they're going to overcharge you for it because, it's our car. If you required them to use that and then voided the warranty that you'd offered them, then that would, that's the opposite of what all the capitalists always say capitalism is all about, which is competition and free market and things improving because people have to compete. And yet what we see over and over again, all y'all rabid capitalists, is the fact that capitalism, given half a second, just given the slightest, just an inch of wiggle room on the end of the leash, will immediately rush away from having to compete. It immediately goes for monopolization and anti-competitive practices, because that's the best way to make money. See, a greed-based system of economy will always flock toward the best way to make money for itself, regardless of your idealist perspective on capitalism, but competition will save us all. No, see, because competition is what you don't want if you're the guy, selling things. If you're the person who's actually got the giant corporation, or even just the business downtown. So you'll drive other competitors out of business, and you basically all of the things that we see in the modern economy today. So, in reality, capitalism actually only functions when heavily restricted. At least it only functions for the benefit of anyone but the top 5% when heavily restricted. Yes. Anyway, so there's my little sub-rant during my UI design there about capitalism. So that's the design. I'm much happier with it. And the idea here is, if we go back to the current visual representation. I don't want to call it a design anymore. You know, it was something I slapped together in an hour or two to be able to build my UI, my library on. But if we go back to this, you might be saying, well, where's the load file button going to be? And where's the status window going to be? And, you know, that kind of stuff. And it's all going to be in the window, because you can see here the window is basically the size of everything. The window that I've got there now fills up all of it. So we're going to make everything appear as though it is a program running on this device, and at the top it will, you know, have like the load file stuff. And I'm thinking of maybe even with this 80s design, making it look specifically, you know, retro and pixely and things like that. I don't know how far I'll go with the idea there, but all of that's going to get packed in. So the bottom line of this will be your status bar that will speak to you in text about like what the status of the splitter is. Down here, you know, I've got 6 LEDs. In the original overlay, there's just 3. Well, there's just going to be 3 there, but these are the states for them. So we've got a red, a green, a blue, and then we've got an off state. And when you zoom out, they look really good. When you zoom in, they still look okay, and then the more you zoom in, they still look pretty well designed. All of this is my work, you know, all of this is my pixel art. Not a single thing was Google image copy-pasted. So we'll have 3 of those, and the idea is that down here you'll have your status bar that will speak to you in text about these things, but just for immediate visual cues, these 3 LEDs will blink when, you know, there will be a blinking thing when it switches from one state to the next. So when it when it finds like the end of a level, it'll blink. Maybe even it'll blink like 3 times to be like, bing, bing, bing. I hit the end of a level, bing, bing, bing. I'm back in the level, that kind of thing. And depending on the run state as well, whether you're running, you're in pre-run, or you're in standby state, we could represent those as well through these LEDs. And I might have to make up a couple more, like make an orange LED for sort of the middle ground of, you know, standby, pre-run, and then actually running. So one of them would be probably green to, you know, say you're going, and then red would be better spoken of as standby. Yeah, what I've been calling the standby mode, because the standby mode is when you are so far away from being able to start the game that we stop checking for anything but one screen that will let you, you know, that will trigger the, all right, I'm ready to go mode. So yeah, a red, probably a orange, and then or, you know, orangish yellow, and then a green button, you know, LED for that. One to represent, you know, when things are changing, and then one for, I don't know. It looks good with 3. I'll come up with a reason to have 3. Warranty void if read by human eyes, South Angeles. It's that. I love if people stab the battery, they may hurt themselves. Well, 99.999% of the repairs mess with only 5 volts and unplug the battery first. Says Mosaic Task Force. As an argument for why people shouldn't mess around. Yeah. Also, batteries are pretty, like, you know, they're devices that don't just explode out of nothing, even the bagged lithium kind of things. I mean, if you stab the battery, then yeah, but even then, like, it's not just gonna, like, explode, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna be like a firework that has several seconds of you being able to get the fuck away from it if you're not stupid. It's gonna do one of those kind of things. Where the oxygen starts to get in there and starts to ignite the lithium and stuff like that. But, you know, batteries are, when they have exploded in people's phones and things, it's been, you know, due to either an overheating state or because, you know, you had that kind of thing going on, but in an enclosed space due to faulty manufacturing. So the idea that you're going to kill yourself by tinkering, you know, popping something open and playing with the battery is like, yeah, you know, maybe schools should be teaching more electronics to people, because this is kind of getting stupid now, you know, that we should be scared of these devices that enable all of our lives constantly, you know. I don't know how it works. Well, you know, maybe schools should be, as a base class, explaining to you how all of the objects that enable your life work. if they're not already. I haven't been to school in a few minutes now. I'm turning 19 in 7 plus and it's 5, 9 days. 9 days. I'll be 19. Yeah, that's it. Which is why I made the other design, the not 1980. That's why I made this one, because I'm trying to compensate for something. I need the world to take me seriously. I'm a man. I'm an adult. Dad, damn it. And then this is the one where I don't care what Dad thinks. I'm gonna have fun. Let's go to the beach. Good idea with visual indicators, says Mosaic Task Force. Remember to include a link to your Patreon in the About Help panel. Yeah, there's no About Help panel, so there's that. Yeah, but I should. Maybe, like, if you click on the split RP thing, double click it, because I hate, that's such a nuisance when you accidentally click on something and it opens up a window or something. But maybe if, like, you double click on the split RP, it'll pop open a link to, RonanPawn.com, where there's some information about the program, including hey, if you like the program. Or maybe I'll just stick it right in here. Maybe I'll make it like always on screen. It'll be up here, it'll give you the information about like what file to load, and then right underneath it, it'll be like, if you actually enjoy using the program. I don't know. I do need to put something like that in there, but I haven't designed for it. I don't want to have to graphic design a whole nother thing. I don't know. I was 35 6 days ago, says Darth Andrew. You mean you were 19? 19. I don't want to be 19 again, man, being a teenager. Congratulations, happy birthday, by the way. And since we do have, copyright-free music for that.
It's your birthday.
It's your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's your birthday.
6 days ago.
Happy birthday.
Belated.
It's a great day.
I mean, it's probably better 6 days ago.
That's what we say.
Doesn't mean we actually mean it, but,
Happy birthday to you.
Except, but 6 days ago. Sorry I didn't get it to you sooner, I just forgot. Yeah, my birthday's coming up in a couple of days here. 9 days from henceforth. She'll be my day of birth. And yeah, I wouldn't want to go back to teenage years. That was just awful, just awful and just pulling your head out of your ass. It gets so deep up there, was from the tween and then the preteen and then the teen and just that whole kind of area there. It's just like you're just shoving your head further and further up your ass, and it's so far up it, and you start to smell something, and you go, "Is my head up my ass?" And then it's like, if you're me, it takes at least 12 years and a visit to a Buddhist monastery in order to get that thing just wedged out. You really got to grease up the area around the rectum to get it. I'd go back to teenage years knowing what I know now, says Darth Angeles. Well, knowing what I know now, honestly, no, I still wouldn't want to go back to teenage years, because I guess the idea would be, if I knew what I knew now, then I'd go back to teenage years, and then I wouldn't do the high school thing, and I'd just, take all that youthful vigor and energy and put it toward, doing something that actually meant something. But even that, I'm like, I can still do that. I still feel like that's, I got the chronic fatigue syndrome and everything, and it's like, I'd still prefer just to carry on than going back. I wouldn't want to be, to have people look at me like a teenager, treat me like a teenager, to have other teenagers treat me like a teenager. I just, I have no attraction to that lifestyle. I wasn't attracted to it while I was doing it the first time. Don't think that I'd have much fun going back and doing it again. Much happier to be in my late 20s as I am now. Yeah. That's my graphic design. I like it. It is a huge improvement from that. And that was already a huge improvement over what Tkinter usually makes things look like, right? So that's just pretty and fun, and I like it. I'm just thinking about making money. At 19, I'd invest in Apple before the first iPhone launch. Get into Bitcoin mining early on. I'd invest in Netflix. Don't forget to buy Google stock. I was on the verge of, and I've never had money, but I was on the verge of dipping into just the bank account and being like, I gotta buy some Google stock. It's Google. Google's going public. Like, this is gonna be huge. And the whole talk was, they opened really high and probably not gonna make a lot of move from there because, it's a pretty high opening. And I just don't see Google, and then within like a year, it had doubled from $160 a share or something that it opened. Maybe it was 110. It's over $100 a share that it opened with at as the IPO, and within a year, it was 300 and something. It's like, shit. I knew it too, I mean, Google has split so many times since their IPO. It's just, I knew it's Google, and back then, Google was, Google's still, like, banal, but back then they were, like, actually good guys, It felt like Google was the good guys. Their motto was still, like, do no evil or, something like that, do no harm. Medical, they'd taken Caduceus's oath or whatever it is, the Pythagorean oath. There's a guy in medicine, I can't remember his name right now. But, they had that as their, and everything they were doing was very like, yeah, they were making money and they were getting big, but nothing that they were doing seemed to be like, we're out to make money. And now Google seems to be, out to make money. And it's just a lot more generic now. Google's just, they're just another, they're just like everybody else. Back then, Google seemed like, wow, these guys seem to have, like, morality and decency and not just be in it for a buck. I mean, they're in it for a buck, but it seems like something comes before the buck. Now, no, it's the buck and then the other things. The buck and then having fun. Back then, it was the fun and then having a buck. Don't be evil. That was it. Don't be evil unless the money's good enough, says Darth Angelus. Yeah, that's why they got rid of Don't Be Evil as their slogan. And it, like, the timing really does make sense, too, for when they dropped that as their slogan and then sort of where they went as a company, because they really did stop not being evil, which isn't to say that they're evil now. It just, they blend in with a crowd. They used to stand out as something that stood for something and just, I didn't know what they were doing. They just felt like a company built by people who were programmers doing things that was like, we could do that, and that would make things so much better. Let's do that. And then after the fact, be like, we have to pay the bills around here. Is there some way that we can make some money off of that without having to charge anybody for it? Ads, yeah, okay, let's stick some ads in, but in a way that's tasteful and doesn't, like, overwhelm everything. And now it's just a shit show. And, Google AdSense, there's an argument to be made that Google's AdSense ruined the internet. Like, that was the atomic bomb that turned it into a Fallout 76 wasteland of the inability to, like, go to a page searching for something and just get what you were looking for. Go to a place and communicate with people about something that you're interested in, that they're also interested in, and just be able to do that without, like, while I've been programming, you go to the internet over and over again, time and time again. You're back searching for, well, what's this? How does that work? I can't remember what the syntax is for that. And just going to these web pages and, like, how many of them I land on and I start reading, and then about 12 seconds in, I'm scrolling and it pops up like hey, have you thought about becoming a member of the... No. And then, like, 12 seconds later, it pops up a thing from the top saying, the website would like to automatically subscribe you to their... No! And then, 50 seconds later, like, just before I'm about to leave the screen, on a timer, something, pops up a fucking video from the corners. CNN was to sell you... So it's like, fuck me! Can we not do that constantly? And it just makes me, like, not want to go to those websites at all. And I actually have... like, I've been doing it so long with these programming sites, there are certain sites when I see the name, I go, nope, not unless I can't find it anywhere else. Because of that shit. I am so sick of it. The fact that the information that you want is surrounded on either side by, like, bars of ads, and then you get, like, the videos playing in the corners stuff in order to pump more ads in. And even when they do it in a way that's unobtrusive, it's obtrusive to start with. And then on top of that, unobtrusively obtrusive layer, there's all this, like, why don't you subscribe? Why don't you sign up? Make a user account. Come do another thing and another thing and another thing. And it's like, you know what? If you made a website that I wanted to use on a regular basis, then I would subscribe without you having to tell me. If you have a product that is like that, if you're providing a service where it behooves me to create a user account and log in and start tracking where there's an interactivity thing, if you have a service that does that, then I will end up signing up to it to make my life more convenient. What you're doing is making my life more convenient by shoving shit down my throat that I don't need that's good for you for making money. Go fuck yourself. And that is my policy, too, is go fuck yourself. When I have been to a website that does that enough times to have noted what site I'm at, and then when I'm searching for things in the future, there's certain results that come up when you're searching for Python. You get FBot, you get Tutorials Point, you get W3 Schools, and those are three that I, can trust, and that I go to. I'm surprised that W3 Schools, I don't know, maybe it was just more useful for JavaScript or something, but it's not very useful for Python. Tutorials Point is useful for like a glossed over kind of version of the information that you want. But FBot is the place to go when you're looking for Tkinter stuff in particular. But yeah, like those are some of them that that I can trust. But there are other sites that have popped up while I've been doing that I've clicked on because they had the headline that was like, yes, that's going to answer my question. And then I went to it, and yeah, the first 20, 30 seconds there were just me clicking things like, fuck off, I'm trying to fuck off. And in addition to that, you end up with like just generic web pages that you're going to, have you ever tried to look up a fucking recipe? I was making tortillas. I've started making my own tortillas, and I still am not quite there. They look perfectly like tortillas, but they're a little bit too floury right now. I think I need to even water my batter down even more so that it's super thin and it just cooks up and crisps like, 1 minute. But they've got a little bit of, they're less tortillas right now as they are, for crepes. They have sort of a crepe thing going on. But anyway, like, have you ever tried to look up a recipe and go to the top listing of a recipe page? Number one, the top listing for the recipe is a shitty recipe, like every time. And I'm like, how do we live in this world? How does Google have the shittiest recipe at the top of the search results for each? And it's just, search engine optimization by marketing agencies that don't actually have good recipes. And it's just, it is one of those things where it's like, if we can't get this right, this is exactly what Google should be the best at. Here's some thing that everybody does, cooking, that people are going to be constantly searching throughout the life of the internet for recipes, and you still can't get like the good recipe where the measurements are correct and it actually produces something that tastes good as the top result. But then you click on the recipe and you go to the web page, and what do you get? In addition to a bad recipe, you got like giant video at the top, 7 minutes long, of somebody making the recipe, which is like, thanks, just really need to know the ingredients. Actually know how to mix things together myself. But, thanks. So you get the video at the top, and then you get the recipe down there. The pages, when I was going and looking at the tortilla recipe, the page had so much shit on it trying to sell me stuff and trying to pack extra ads in there and trying to play videos in the corners and stuff. First off, just trying to scroll the page on my Ryzen 2700 or whatever the hell it is, my 9,000 core PC with the GTX 1070. It was like it wasn't like staggering, but it was less responsive than it should be. And then I'd like look at the recipe, then I'd go out and I'd start doing the thing. I'd go back, oh, how much oil was it again? I'd walk back in here, look at the page. The website had crashed. The page had crashed itself from all the JavaScript bullshit it was doing to try and sell me things. And it's a recipe site. Like, what I need from you is a list of the 4 ingredients that go into tortillas in the amount that they need to be, And from there, actually, I don't need the description. Like, you can go ahead and throw that in, like, what you're supposed to do with the water and the flour and the salt and the oil. But I think I can pretty much figure it out, throw it all in a bowl and mix. Okay, yeah, throw it all in. But, that's all you need to do. And there's so much shit there that isn't content that it actually breaks the fucking web page that I came to get the information from in such a way that it's inconvenient for me. I'm going out to the kitchen, then I'm coming back. I mean, imagine I got this open on my phone. God forbid my phone wouldn't be able to handle all the shit that's going on this page, but on my phone or on a tablet in the kitchen, and you pop up the recipe and you go, okay, 4 eggs and 2 things of butter, okay. And, oh, shit, it's down. What happened? Fucking refresh? And then because there's so much shit on the page where it's just trying to give you text, there's so much shit on the page, it takes 12 seconds. Okay, and we're back, and I'll scroll. No, I don't want to subscribe. Thank you. Nope, you don't want to receive your notifications. Okay, CNN, thank you, in the corner, please. All right, now, the recipe. And 3 eggs, 2 butters. Oh, shit, it broke again. It crashed. Like, that was my experience on a fucking website recipe. And you could say that that's Google's AdSense did that. Everybody's trying to make, like, 0.000003 cents per click off of AdSense to the point that they're nesting so much fucking advertisement into everything that you can't actually get at what the virtue is there. Like ad, and then down in the corner, like the little pie symbol in fucking Sandra Bullock's, The Net. In the little corner, if you click on there, you can actually get like a little pop-up window that tells you the fucking information that you came to the website for. Just underneath the list of fucking hot trending topics on the rest of the website that you should check out. Not because they're related, but other people are clicking on them. Hey, fuck me. Just give me what I come for, And then maybe I'll come back instead of trying to remember the name of your shitty website so that I never click on it again. If your program takes off and you get to make a company, what will you call it and what will its motto be? It'll be Ronan Pawn International Incorporated Conglomerate and something else. Like as many limited liability. Just as many things as it can possibly be to make it sound official. And the motto will be go fuck yourself. That'll be the motto. Ronan Pawn, hello, you've reached Ronan Pawn Industrial International Conglomerate LLC, the Limited Liability Corporation International. Press 1 to go fuck yourself. And then it just hangs up on you. That'll be the thing. We're doing what we do over here. If you like it, here's what here's what it is. You can either buy it or you can just download it, whatever I'm doing. Other than that, go fuck yourself. I got no time for you. I don't want to know what you think. It's actually sort of like what Google has done, isn't it? All of their platforms and stuff. They got too many people using their products to actually, receive feedback. So it's very much a rubber wall between you and YouTube and you and Google and you and PayPal even. Amazon somehow manages to have people who you can actually chat with and talk to and stuff when you call them. But, the rest of them have just designed systems where, they live in a box and nothing can get in. Unless they want it to. And even when they want it to, I'll bet they can't get it to get in. Let's see. It is an issue with churn with new generations of employees. New cultures emerge, likely cultures promoting profit as new hires need to differentiate themselves from others. Bringing more profit is an easy sale. The one I hate is Chrome's "This website would like to send you notifications." Yes. Fuck off. I came here once. Why would I need notifications? Yes. Good God, leave me the fuck alone. Like, how about this? How about, give me a button and I'll click it if I want notifications. I don't want to know, Chrome should not be supporting the ability for website designers to harass you through, built-in UI. Would you like this site to send you If I did, I would have said so. Thanks, though. I love the content of Hack 5, but they literally spend 20 to 40% of their videos talking about Patreon. I've stopped watching Hack 5, and I have no interest in being their patron. You know, that's another thing on YouTube. I get a little bit sick of it myself. I mean, it's basically I will tolerate it more and more the more video there is that isn't that. Like, you can put 3 minutes of plea for Patreon support at the end of a 20-minute video, and I'll be like, whatever, and I'll just click out of it. And it won't, like, disturb me. But for a minute there, like, actually the reason why I unsubscribed, one of the reasons I unsubscribed from Vlogbrothers, was because when they've got something to hawk, you know, when somebody's going to start doing a book tour soon and somebody's got a new book to write and stuff like that, the videos turn into like 30 seconds of, maybe 30 seconds to a minute of actual content. And then the rest of it is talking about, you know, the book tour. And I'm so happy to be going on this, and it's all just like a nested, you know, fucking advertisement for it. And it's like, it's cool that you're going on the book tour, and yeah, you can talk about it, but they'll start making their videos about things that, you know, just happen to reference back to them going on a book tour. We've got new things to sell in our store, and I like Vlogbrothers. I like one brother more than the other.
Become a Patreon of Ronimpon now. Visit patreon.com/Ronimpon.
It's true. See, it in a 4-hour live stream by my metric, I could like talk about that. Let's see, 3 out of 20, so 20 times 4. So I could talk about that for like 20, 30 minutes. I could talk about Patreon, right? In a 4-hour live stream. But yeah, I like one brother more than the other, if you know what and it's not Hank. I don't like Hank is really cool when he's geeking out and doing science and talking stuff that's like actually interesting, but Hank is also the fucking business brother who's, you know, making the bank and making sure that people get paid and stuff, and you can tell, and it's just, he leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But when he's doing that stuff, when he's doing him, and he's just being sincere and honest and sharing something that he's sharing, it's cool. But so I unsubscribed from them because like 2/3 of their videos or more were fucking pitches and ads and come buy our swag. And by the way, like, I'm starting to feel about swag that, like, it's a useless thing. I think everybody just stop making swag. Please, for the love of God. One, you sound like a douchebag when you're selling people, hey, we got new swag in the store, go buy it. Two, like, you're wasting human resources and manufacturing yet more fucking t-shirts and ball caps with your logo and shit on it, references and whatnot. And it's like, it's stupid is what it is. It's, one, you're not going to make any money off of it unless you sell it for an exorbitant amount, because like the places that make these things, I mean, if you go into mass production on t-shirts, you can get real cheap, you know, pricing on them, but you have to pre-order like 5,000 of them or something in order to get like the price down enough for you to make money off of them. And you know, for you to make money off of them without gouging people for a fucking t-shirt, which is what you've got to do in order to make money at that. I've got a Spreadshirt thing that I set up like 3 years ago, and nobody buys anything off of that, and I don't really pitch to, you know, go buy things off of it, because I'm not going to make any money off of it significantly, and you're going to get raped for it, because for the $3 that I'm going to make off of a shirt or something like that, it's like, if you want to support people who are doing things that you like, give them money in the most direct way possible. Don't buy something. If you want, like, an object because it's cool, then buy that object. But, like, for the people who are, you know, like, everybody's got to have their own fucking swag page now, whether or not they have a reason to have it or not, whether or not there's any demand for it. It's just, hey, get my thing. It's got my logo on it. Yeah, go fuck yourself. You know, just, like, you might as well just buy, you know, a box worth of paper and then just burn it, you know, just to be like, fuck trees, you know, fuck the environment, I'm gonna burn it, because that's what you're doing, manufacturing more useless shit that nobody needs, that isn't benefiting anybody in particular. I mean, I like the idea of having, you know, little objects and little trinkets and little things. We got fucking, you know, pawns, little chess piece pawns, but that's like, that's cool because it's a thing that somebody went out of their way. I didn't ask for it. Somebody was like, I can do this, and I like this as a project, and I'm going to make you these things, and they made them, and it's like, fucking cool. You know, you did that for a reason, and the reason was you were, you know, enjoying yourself. But everybody who's got themselves a fucking YouTube page or a, you know, Twitch account has a fucking swag page, and it's... quit it. Just stop. Like, even Game Grumps, you know, they come out with, we got new swag at the store. You can buy the thing that says the thing on it. And it's like, why? Why? You know? Why? I would rather, like, what you should do in that situation, here's my proposal, because it's like, but I like the idea of having things that have, being able to buy something that has, like, a reference to it, and it lets people know what I'm into, and, you know, or I like having the thing on the counter that reminds me of, like, I get that, that's cool, that's fine, I'm not trying to, like, shit on the idea of having things that have your logo on it or anything like that, you know, it's a, it's cool if you want it, but here's my idea. If you want to do like t-shirt designs or something, just give it to people. Just like give them the design. Be like, here's the design. I made the design for t-shirts. You can download the design, take it to your local t-shirt printer, and then you can have this printed up. Or, you know, here's the design. You can take this and you can load it into fucking a Spreadshirt online t-shirt printer and have them print it for you. You know, just do that. And just give it away, because you are shooting yourself in the foot by selling these things in the first place. Like, the amount of money that you're going to make off of them is infinitesimal. It's stupid. If you could get the same people, all right, I'm talking to people who make content here right now, if you're going to sell people an $18 t-shirt, you know, that it costs someone to make $6, but you can't buy it for less than $12 and you need to make some money off of it yourself, if you're going to sell somebody an $18 t-shirt, you would have been way better off with the $18 or even $12 or even $6, because what are you making on that t-shirt? $3 to $4, right? $3-4. So what if instead of selling them a t-shirt, you gave them a t-shirt design for free and said, hey, if you download the design, if you like it, if you want to support me, throw $4 in the cup over there. You will make the same amount of money or more. People will get the thing that they wanted, and you won't go into mass production on something that not everybody's going to want in the first place. You know? Like, if people want to spend money on something like that, give them the means to do so, but don't try and build your business around it. It's stupid. It's a waste of your time and your money, and how much money you could be making if you weren't selling them bits of shit that is just overproduction, like, oh good, more cotton, you know, being subsidized and then being shipped from America, where we subsidize the cost of producing cotton, so we've got the cheapest cotton in the world, which we then, you know, freight overseas to China because they have the workforce in the textiles industry that does it the cheapest because of human rights violations, because they work for less, because their life... But they've got the workforce over there, so we take the cotton, we pay farmers extra out of the taxpayers' dollars in order to make the cotton the cheapest in the world, so that we can then freight it to China, so that the near slave laborers that are working in the textiles industry in China can then produce the things, which will then be freighted back to us. And it's like, why don't you just like take a shit on a golf course, you know? Which a golf course is kind of a... You know, it's already wasteful. I'm just trying to think of, like, how could you do this? Why don't you just pour nuclear waste, you know, in a playground? Because all of the fucking shit that went into making your little, I got a t-shirt now. Isn't that fun? Isn't that cool? The freighting, like, just spit in the face of the next generation. Like, I don't give a shit what you're breathing. People wanted my logo on a piece of cotton. So, fuck it, I did it. I buy Meat Space cookbooks at flea markets. Meat Space? They are verified ad and troll free, you know? They've actually, like, managed to make a modern, you know, always on, constantly connected, worldwide internet media that makes the argument for just using books, doesn't it? I can get any JPEG printed on a t-shirt around the corner, says Mosaic Task Force. Beautiful idea. And you're supporting, like, the local t-shirt shop and keeping that business, you know, going and stuff. Just give the design away. If it matters to you, like, if the point of you providing those designs and those t-shirts or those t-shirts to people is because we know it would be better for you to just, you know, if they just donate the money to you directly, and if they donated 1/3 of the cost of the t-shirt, you'd still be making more money than you can make off of selling them the t-shirt. So, like, we know that it's not for you, so you're doing it, you know, because you want your viewers and your fan base and the people who support you to have a little something. So cool, just give it to them. Just give it to them and let them take the design and go down and spend infinitely less because you don't have to make $1 off of it anymore because you're just giving it away. And then they'll also feel, I mean, now we're getting a little bit dirty into the back room, but now your viewership and that person will also feel as though they didn't spend money on you. You know, in the head of someone who has the option of donating or buying a t-shirt, if they really want the t-shirt, they buy the t-shirt and then they don't donate. You know, because the t-shirt was like 3 donations worth. And he made something off of the t-shirt, you know, and that's just, it's natural for someone to go about it that way. If you just give the design away and let them print their own t-shirt, then what they did is they got something for free from you, and then they went and spent money at the t-shirt shop printing a t-shirt they wanted, and they haven't supplemented the idea of supporting you with buying a t-shirt. Because we know that buying a t-shirt is not as good a method of support as just giving you the money so you can pay your bills. So let them, you know, if it is about just giving them something because, you know, you want them to be able to have it, you know, giving something back, giving them the design so that they can have something, which it's got to be. You're not going to make more money off of t-shirts than you could off of saying, hey, support me at Patreon, support me with this PayPal link, support me. If that's the point, just give it to them. And that actually leaves your viewer in a better headspace for supporting you. You know, they're not thinking that, well, I did buy that t-shirt and hat, so I guess I won't have to support him for a while, you know. I hate talking about that in that sense because it really is, like, then you get into the dirty world of fucking Twitch, where Twitch, and YouTube, but, most recently, you know, Twitch was very open in some internal conversations about the idea of, you know, keeping people on the line. I mean, when you get down to it, the whole thing where right now in chat, if you look over at chat, it says cheer now to be number 1. There aren't any cheers because the week just reset. Last week, Dramacian donated over $200 fucking worth of cheers, 20,000 and some bits. In that week. The reason that number resets is to drive continuing donations. So that kind of stands in the fair enough kind of a place. You know, I'd prefer if there was a field for like the month's largest donor. I think that would be cool to, you know, acknowledge who gave, you know, a massive amount of money like Dramacian did this month for the whole month as opposed to just a week, but they think it's better to drive donations by resetting that thing, and then maybe they'll donate again to be on top for this week. I think that's shitty. But whatever, that's kind of a, you know, reasonable people disagree. Where reasonable people don't disagree is when it comes to your subscriptions. So, who subscribed most recently in chat here? Somebody just subscribed. Mosaic Task Force subscribed, and it says, Mosaic Task Force subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 17 months. What it doesn't say is Mosaic Task Force has subscribed for 17 months in a row while he's on a streak. And if there were a streak running, it would say that. And people who develop like user interfaces like we've got for, you know, let's see, Test, Talk, Cream. Shit. Hang on.
guiABLE.
People who develop stuff like this, and this is my own development, they're like on Twitch about we want the ability to focus on streaks, you know, because what we want to do is we want to keep the view, like here's what's implicit in the idea of focusing subscription notifications on the streak and not on how many months you have cumulatively supported someone over the course of, you know, viewership. They want it to be a streak. And a streak is, first I should explain, is when you don't, like, you come to the end of the 30-day or 28-day period or whatever day period it is, and you renew immediately, and there's no breakage there. Or maybe it's within a couple of hours or days, or I don't know how they do it, but there's no breakage in the thing. If you subscribe for 1 month and then you forget for a week and then subscribe again, I don't think it counts it as a streak anymore. I'm not sure how the system works. But they want to focus on the streak because the streak drives people to come back and remember to subscribe again. And here's how I hear that. We want to focus on the streaks because the streaks put our viewers under a pressure to come back and subscribe again. Like, what I want, this is what I hear, what I want for my community and for the people who are watching my content and who are supporting me, and even if they're not supporting me, who are just enjoying my content, what I want for them is I want them to actually be a little bit stressed out. I want their like shoulders to tighten at the end of the month when they realize, I'm going to break the streak if I don't do that again. I want them to be thinking about it. I want them to remember. I want there to be a pressure. I want there to be a psychological stressor in their life that tells them, come back and do it or else you're going to break your streak. As opposed to just saying, hey, thank you for supporting me when you have, 17 goddamn months you've supported me. That's an incredible amount of support. And maybe it wasn't, every day to every day. Maybe there was a month down in between. Maybe there was a couple of months, and maybe it's every other month that you support me. I don't give a shit. Thank you for supporting me. As opposed to putting the pressure on my viewership to be like, that's not what I want to create, That has nothing to do with anything that I want to create. It's so far away from what I want to be doing. But that is what, other people who are very successful Twitch people, and also people who design user interfaces like ours, overlays like I've got, that's what they're thinking, and that's what they're into. Like, we got to keep these people coming back, subscribing regularly. I got to make sure I get my money every month. And if, in order to do that, all I have to do is create a psychological stressor on my viewer base, then that's what I'll do. No. Like, it would be one thing if once you're subscribed, at the end of the period, about 5 days before the subscription, it tells you, hey, your subscription's about to, run out on this channel. Don't forget to renew. And that's it. That'd be one thing. You get a little email kind of thing. But Twitch has gone out of their way. They've actually been putting off the creation of the new API. Or at least, they've been working on it very slowly. What they haven't done is released their new API for the back end of Twitch that enables this kind of user interface overlay thing. But what they did do, while they weren't doing that, is they released an update to subscriber stuff where I had to go in and patch my code and remake it because it's now focused on, the ability for streamers to focus on streak subscriptions and try and force people to... It's just so fucking messy and shit. It's Google AdSense. It's exactly that. It's how many fucking sidebars and notification windows and stream videos can you possibly shove into something that you're doing? How many ways can I sell a thing while doing the least amount of something that's worth someone buying? Is where we are as an internet culture, and that pervades YouTube, it pervades Twitch, it pervades just our lives in general. And it shouldn't be, and it's sickening, and it's sad, and it's shitty. And the shittiest part about it is that so many people are so used to it, because it is so pervasive. There's a generation that has already grown up with this just being normal, that this is just the way things are, and they don't necessarily look at it and think, that's wrong, that's out of place, because they never saw it before it was that. I've talked before about what the internet used to look like, that I know, but even after the internet started to turn into more of like a shopping-centric place, it wasn't plastered in ads the way it is now, and going to a webpage, like there was no sense that, you needed to do something for the person on the other side of the website because you visited their website. Visiting their website was enough. They wanted to share something, you came and received it, boom. That's a handshake, There wasn't a, yes, I do need to tolerate massive amounts of advertisement in order for you to post some text on a piece of fucking, in an invisible, in electrons that only exist on some fucking silicon somewhere, There wasn't that sense. You didn't feel that. And now, like, you can't go to a webpage if you install ad blocker just to try and get out of the radar of some of this shit. Half of the web pages out there that use heavy-handed stuff now have a way of detecting ad blocker when it's being used, and instead of popping up ads, they'll pop up an ad that says, we've detected you're using ad blocker, and we just wanted you to know that dozens of people work on this website, and we do need to pay our bills, and, we'd appreciate it if you exempted us from your ad blocker, however you use the rest of the internet, and that kind of shit. It's like, holy fucking balls. Like, if you cannot do what you're doing, don't do it. Okay? That's the idea that I have, If we want to come back to like the capitalists thing, if you can't do what you're doing, then stop doing it, as opposed to, I won't be able to do what I'm doing unless you give me money. You need to give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. Like, either provide a service that's worth people giving you money for, or shut the fuck up. Just, it's too much. It's too much. It's always on. It's constantly there. It doesn't need to all be about the money. If you can't pay your bills doing what you're doing, then stop doing what you're doing. And the day that I can't pay my bills by doing this live stream, I will stop doing the live stream, and that'll be that. And from here until then, I will occasionally mention Patreon, and I will occasionally mention PayPal and stuff like that. But I'm not going to make the point of this making the money, because nobody wants to show up to a show that is about someone making money, unless it's about, unless it's like a story about how somebody went out and ruined their lives in order to try and make as much money as possible. Then it's interesting to watch someone destroy themselves that way. But you don't show up to a live stream or a YouTube channel where the content is centered around, a constant pitch. Create something that people want, and then the money will be there if there's money to be there for it. And if there isn't, then you'll find out right there whether or not, like, you actually want to be creating what you're creating, or whether you were just doing it for the money. Now the money's not there, and fuck it. You find out whether you're doing it for the right reasons, whether you would be happy doing this, whether or not someone was paying you for it. For example, I would be doing this, regardless. Nobody's paying me for it. I'm not going to sell it. It's just going to be up on GitHub, and I made a library, and I will put a donation link on there. Hey, if you like this, throw a couple of bucks in the coffee thing, but I'm not going to sell it, because I enjoyed doing this. I enjoy doing all of this. I'm still enjoying it. Writing my fucking library, as many hours as we're hair pulling, trying to figure out why Tkinter does things the way Tkinter does them and stuff like that. Like, it was an enjoyable process, or else I wouldn't have done it. The reward was in the doing of it, not in the hope that after I get done with this, I'll be able to do that, and then I can market a product, and then maybe if it hits right, then I'll have to do some advertising. It was a marketing campaign, buy some ad space in the fucking ad bars on Google AdSense that are across the fucking web recipe page, then maybe I'll be able to get to what I wanted, which was the fucking money. No, I'm not interested in the money. I'm interested in enjoying what I'm doing while I'm doing it. So I did this because I enjoy it while I'm doing it. Reward already received. Any money that comes in from it is bonus. And that's how I recommend you live life, if I haven't mentioned it before. Got to go now, said Darth Vader. See you later, Pawn. Stop being distracted by us and get back to your coding. You're too easily distracted. No, I love that. Like, I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't enjoy doing it. I wouldn't be bitching about the state of the world if I didn't enjoy bitching about the state of the world. I enjoy this more than coding, even. I do think I do live streams. Otherwise, I'd be a coder professionally. I like sitting here talking, jawing endlessly about things that I maybe don't even really know what the fuck I'm talking about, but occasionally I land on something that's like, ooh, there's a singer! I gotcha! I like this idea of selling graphics. I would love to have the hand-drawn thumbnails from many Yogscast videos as Mosaic Task Force. Huh? All I gotta do is package it into... I mean, you can do JPEGs, but you said you could do JPEGs at your local corner shop, but t-shirt presses and printing, SVGs, I think. SVGs and PNGs, and especially like limited colors, if you could do that, with a mindset. I mean, designing t-shirts is fun. I've done it before, and it's fun because of the limitation of it, Can I do this in a one-color print and still make it look cool? Can I do it in a two-color print, but kind of, insinuate a third color by the color of the t-shirt itself? What if I do some stippling effects on there? Can I sort of get with the background of the t-shirt color? Can I, it's interesting. It's fun to play around with that kind of stuff. Let's see. Streaks are stupid. They punish people who have their credit cards stolen and miss a month. This Mosaic Task Force. And it's an unnecessary amount of, like, you're putting pressure on people who are, supporting you. And it's one thing to, nudge them and say, hey, you supported me last month. Just wanted to let you know that's about to expire. If you want to support again, please do so. Now back to the actual content that's worth you hanging out here. It's one thing to do that, and it's another thing to, create a community vibe and mentality on your live streams where it's focused on, whoa, look at how long that streak's been going. You're keeping it up. You're not forgetting those months. Everybody look up to this person because they sure know how to click on a button and pay me money on a regular basis. It's a completely different thing. It's the difference between Fonzie jumping a van and Fonzie jumping a shark. Wow, motorcycle jumped a van. Fonz, pretty cool. Jumps a shark, in the ocean. Okay, what the fuck is that about, Fonz? What are we even doing now, Fonzie? You don't even know why you're doing this. Losing a streak leads to a natural exit point, especially with people having 20-plus months. Every month will be a reminder of what was lost, says Mosaic Task Force. That's true. We have a generation that has never experienced an airport without TSA. That's true, too. The theater of fucking airport security that really, like, the theater of it, I don't think, I'm sure I'm not, I'm only the 9 millionth person to say this, but, like, TSA... The government and, TSA want you to think that they're doing something that actually makes it more safe to fly. As far as the statistics go, they are not. Their impact is not minimal. It's not negligible. It is none. It is none. Their impact has been none. They have had no impact on security, or at least last I heard. Maybe they've gotten one once, and we've only spent several tens of billions of dollars or more on keeping the whole show going. It's not functional. It doesn't do anything. But people argue, well, the point of the TSA is that it's security theater. It makes people feel safer, which already is, like, not a good, reason, obviously. But I don't think it's about that either. It's not really about it makes people feel safer. It's about it makes people remember that they shouldn't feel safe. That's what it's about. It's about, keeping people in a state of fear, feeling like, September 11th could happen again, that there's terrorists still out there. I feel like it exists for the sake of political marketing. It's easier to get elected in a country where every time someone goes to, to their mom's birthday a couple of states over or something, goes to Christmas, they have to walk through a fucking gulag checkpoint because it reminds them that they should not feel safe. And then when it comes election time, you can come out and say, you should not feel safe, but if you elect me, I'm going to make you feel safe because I'm going to take care of all that shit. And then you can get in office and not have any solution to the unsolvable problem of, terrorism and domestic security and international security. Like, you're not going to solve those things, but you got elected off of it, and all we had to do was spend tens of billions or hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars and delay travelers by hours in order to, give the impression that not that, we're making you safe, but that we have to make you safe because you are not. That's what I think the TSA is really about. It's not security theater to make you feel safe, because I'm pretty sure if you polled most of America right now, they'd say, please get rid of the TSA. It wouldn't be like, get rid of all airport security, but we had airport security before we had the level of security that we have now. Before we had the gulag checkpoints, the, North Ireland entering South Ireland checkpoints that we have in every airport nowadays. We had security, and it was reasonable security that did the job of making sure that people didn't come on board with dangerous items or explosives or things like that. But it wasn't, shake you down, pat you down, put you in a machine that sees through your clothing, and somebody in a room is looking at your genitals, trying to decide whether or not, you've got cancer or is he hiding something up his rectum. We didn't have all of that, and we had exactly the level of security that we have now in airports. The shoe bomber was the first, like, big like, this whole TSA thing, this increased security hype, not sure if it's working, because after 9/11 we had the guy who like got on a plane with a bomb in his shoe, and who caught him? Wasn't TSA. It's fucking like the stewardesses or something. Like, people noticed, like, what the fuck is up with this guy and his shoe and stuff. It wasn't TSA. He walked through the airport security, got onto the plane with the bomb in his shoe, and then somebody said, I think that guy's got a bomb in his shoe, and then that handled it. But he walked right through TSA, you know. We had reasonable airport security before that didn't significantly impede travelers and make it so that you have to arrive to the airport 2-3 hours ahead of time just to make sure that you'll get through the checkpoint, which you usually do at a pretty good speed now, which means now you got this even more stressful part where it's like, well, if I show up 2 hours ahead of time, that's what they say to do, but it usually only takes 15 minutes to get through. So if I come like an hour and 15, I should be okay, unless it's really backed up. And then I feel like the whole thing is just there to help, politicians get elected. I think they want you to feel unsafe. And they want you to feel as though they're doing something about it, but more so they want to remind you we live in a world where you are not safe. And then when election time rolls around, they get to be the guy who steps to the podium. They get to be the guy along with all the other guys because they all do it. So it's no benefit above one or the other. That if you want to be safe, you make I'll carpet bomb the whole fucking place, whatever place it is that they're talking about that all terrorism comes from. But it's not there to make you feel safe. I think it's there to remind you that you're not. If libraries contain knowledge, do truth fruits contain fake news? What? We used to have fire axes on planes, no issues with that for decades upon decades, says Mosaic Task Force. Oh yeah, and then didn't a plane in Russia just burn up on the runway? I wonder if having some fire axes on board might have helped them get everybody out in time. And here's the other thing, here's my thought when they first started up with you can't bring a fucking, Swiss Army knife with a dull blade that's that long onto a plane, so you're gonna have to leave it behind. Bullshit. Do you or do you not serve on every flight, not just international flights, but every flight? Do you or do you not serve carbonated beverages in tin cans? You do? Have you ever twisted a tin can until it ripped in half? Do you know how fucking sharp those things are? I could fucking kill you with a tin can that you provided me on the airplane and that you provide all passengers with on an airplane easier than I could with that little fucking Swiss Army knife. Those tin cans, if you've ever cut off the top of one or just twisted it until it ripped, those things are fucking, my God, you could slice a man's throat with that just accidentally, just by getting within 3 feet of him and going like that. The way the wind would just come off it so sharp, it's, But, you can't bring a fucking Swiss Army knife with a blade that's that long, that's dull, and doesn't even really work like a blade, and it's really just a pressing kind of a thing. You can't bring that on board. That's unsafe. That's dangerous. My God, what is that? Breast milk? Are you sure? Sure there's no cyanide in there? By the way, here's a tinfoil can that if you just twist it enough times, you'll have, something that you could plunge into the chest of another man, and go straight to the fucking heart. Well, there's a rib cage in the way, but you know what I'm saying. You can cut real fucking deep with those aluminum cans. Aluminum, It's just ridiculous. It's all theater. It makes no fucking sense. If you really wanted to hijack an airplane, guess what? You're going to be able to hijack an airplane. If you really want to, bring a weapon on board, you can fucking print a plastic gun, man, that looks like a pen. You can 3D print a plastic gun that looks like a pen. It'll fire once. You can kill somebody. You go for the pilot, and then everybody's having a bad day. If someone wants to kill the president, they can kill the president. If someone is willing to sacrifice everything to murder the most protected, most important person in a country, they can. And guess what? The same applies to you. Live with it. Deal with it. Now, do you want to spend an extra 3 hours at every stop of every airport to try and pretend like that isn't the way things are? Or do you want to get real? This one is bothering me, the red one. It's a little bit too, like, the white. The white keeps popping out at me, so I'm going to just try and come in here and just kind of darken things up a little bit. Just grab some of these pixels on the edges where they're a little... Yeah, no. O to select color, and then what do I want? I want you. You come in like that, maybe? Like that, maybe? Yeah, like that, and then maybe I'll grab this guy, and just to kind of alternate the colors a little bit, have it look a little bit, What about you? How are you? A little bit, like, darker. So if I were to, like, for there, and then there, and then with this one, you maybe? No, it doesn't look as smooth now. I gotta carry it around a little bit more. I've done a lot of this in the pixel art process of this, just trying to, like, get, all the things to, like, the color spectrums that I want them on. I'm trying to get different colors so it doesn't look too samey on the pixel level, but honestly it doesn't matter because it is the pixel level. So if I pull you and put you down here, no, you're brighter. I don't want you brighter, I want you darker there. Just to convey more red. There's more red coming through here than the other. It's fine. That's all I can really say about it, is that it's fine. If I get rid of that entirely, these two, give it a harder edge on the top line. Yeah, that looks alright. I mean, the idea of having, like, a high point on a lit LED, hopefully the light coming out of the LED is high enough that you wouldn't see that. Well, maybe you would. Maybe you would. Maybe just a little bit along the bottom side here, too. So if I grab from, let's grab you and darken you up a little bit. Just bring that around. For an alternate color. Yeah. There. Yeah. I'd like you to be darker, too. There you go. Perfect. I'm going to go with that. There's my red. So there is still, like, a high point, a glisten point on the thing, but it's more red. More of the red of what's showing. And if I do want that to be, like, brighter or something like that, I can always, let's zoom in by 1. I can always, like, take the individual thing or take all of them and go over to brightness contrast and just rake up. That's the wrong. What the hell? Brightness contrast. I guess maybe the ones below it are just responding immediately and the other ones aren't. So I can always do like that to get the brightness of each of them to look even brighter. I mean, look at that blue. That blue looks really hot now. I like how nice that blue looks like that. So that's at 47 and 49. If I turn it back down, it's really, really hot. I like it, though. From this distance, not sure about the red. The green looks pretty good, too. Green and blue like that. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take... In fact, I'll take them each individually. So the blue one, we will do exactly what we just did to it, which was 47 and 49, or thereabouts. And 49, exactly, because I liked it so much. From way out here, look at how just it's flaming, right? It's fucking flaming. And this is what it looks like without it, and that's what it looks like with it. I like it. Do you like it? Here we have aluminum cans. I think they are sharper than your aluminum cans. We make them out of the same material as aluminum foil, where your cans are made from tin foil, I hear. Ah, they're sharp as hell, man. You'd slice yourself up just being near them. Is having fun on painkillers fighting a kidney stone. Oh, are you? Are you? Well, how much can you possibly be fighting the kidney stone if you're on painkillers? I mean, it's gotta, like, reduce your jabs. Have gotta be, like, your just roundhouses are kind of sloppy, right? It is very bright. I like it. Take it, pawn. Okay, so there's the green. Jacked the fuck up. Or, I mean, the blue. And then we're going on to the green, which is presumably why I said something about green. And we'll do brightness contrast. Try and rake you up as well. And we'll see. It might be a little bit too hot for what I want. But yeah, raking that up. And brightness up as well. It just, like, it looks like it's already got its own glow, you know? Like, I don't even have to do insinuate a glow on the plastic when it's like this. Because it's just so hot, it's so bright, it's just, and it's so small. It's just, you know, it seems to insinuate the glow itself, like your eye puts it there when it sees it. The one thing that I'll say about it is that the higher and the hotter that I make them, the more you lose what color they're supposed to represent. Like, I can see it, green and blue, but I can also, like, look at both of them at once and kind of see how little the difference is to my eye right now. So maybe both of them need to come down a little bit from where they are, but still be raked up like that pretty nice. Like, that's good, right? That's a good hot green, but it's still mostly green. Yeah, still very greenish. So I'm going to take that on the green. The blue sitting next to it. The blue looks good. That's where you started, Pong. You loved the blue. Stay with the blue. Blue is one of those colors, too, where it's hard on the LEDs. It's hard to get the blue to come across and for it not just to come across as white. And it very much is because of, you know, the wavelength of light and everything. So I'm sort of fighting the nature of light and the retina to try and make it more blue. I think it looks good like that. So let's rake up the red and the brightness on the red. Bearing in mind that I just made that more red intentionally. Yeah, I made it more red, and actually I'm having trouble getting it to do something. Let's go down on it. Shh, it's not what I meant. Let's go down on it and do this by levels instead. And I mean, it's the same basic concept. Okay, those are coming up hard now. But if we step out, after having moved it like that, I can erase those little divots and things. Start bringing you down. I'm thinking maybe if I bring the blacks up, just a touch. No, the blacks are good. They give you the contrast to the edges. Wow, look at how nice that looks too. Like, it looks like an off LED when I do it like that. I mean, a very candy off LED, but I like that little, yeah. Make it lit, pawn. Make it lit. If I go over to the red channel. I think here's what I'll do. What are you going to do? I'm going to delete it. And then I'm going to grab this one and we'll colorize it. Drop you there. Because the green is kind of, you know, in the middle. I mean, it is. But it's in the middle color spectrum-y wise. So if I colorize and hit the preview button, and then we'll set the hue to red, turn the saturation all the way up, and we'll start bringing the lightness down. So I'm thinking about this as a two-step process. Like, the first will be this, and then I want to hit it with the brightness contrast. So it's looking good like there. And then if I hit it with the brightness contrast, I can bring it up a lot hotter. So I'm going to have it just with a little peak of white already showing. I'll have it there. Now that looks dim and not actually on right now, but let's see if we can rake it up with the brightness contrast. and get it to be hot enough that it fools the eye into thinking that it's on and that it's casting light like the others are. They're just so friggin' hot. Yeah, that red is just giving me troubles. It doesn't want to be any of the things. This must be a gallium nitride LED, because it's not that bright. Well, actually, are those the brighter ones? I don't remember. I'm going to bring it back down a little bit. Alright, let's go down and do some pixel level work on it. Number one, this one looks like from afar, like these are too bright, I think. Like the bottom of this, maybe like that. Because I'm just seeing like a little bottom chunk of it that's like standing out and jumping up. It doesn't look as circular as the others either. Weird effect. You know what? Before we go too much further on trying to make that work, let's try making the red out of the blue with color eyes. So saturation all the way up. Go over to the red spectrum. And then wherever. But maybe I should lean the red in a certain direction. Like if I lean it toward the blue, I get something that's kind of pink. But does it jump more? Is it visuable more? Wow, look at that yellow. This is going to be a good yellow. Matter of fact, let's make yellow right now, and then we'll deal with red in a minute. But that's bright as balls yellow. Because that yellow looks pretty good. I wonder if the yellow would look better as the green, because the blue comes with such a large brightness spot. Can't just go crazy at it like that, but I can make these a little bit darker. Have you got something that's mid-dark for that? Yeah, okay. Start doing pixel art and you start seeing the pixels, and that's problematic. Don't see the pixels. You don't want to see the pixels. Like, I think I need you there just to give it a harder edge. And then you guys as well. Like, you need to be... I need it a little bit darker, I think. It just gives it a straight line. Maybe on you and you. Like, how the pixels work in order to insinuate things to the eye is interesting. Like, right now I would say that that one looks oblong. You know, it's wider than it is tall, and it has to do with what I'm working on right now, I think. It has to do with these two being particularly standing out. So maybe if you two blend it in a little bit more. No, now it's really popping. If I could just get you down. But you gotta be just middle. Do I have a middle? Not really. I'll have to make a middle. So give me this to start with, and then drag down toward, I want some yellow in there. There. That has helped to round it out, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Why colonize rather than hue? Most times I prefer hue to colonize. Colonize adds color to the grays. What's a colonize? Colorize, you mean? Colorize? Colorize. Why colorize rather than hue? Let's see, what is the difference? So colorize, yeah, actually adds color to, yeah, the grays and stuff like that. So yeah, when I want things added, when I want the ability to like make a white into a color, then I use colorize. Just not sure if the yellow is, this is the kind of minutia work that I've been doing a lot of, that I probably shouldn't be wasting my time on, if I'm honest. Give me you, and let's just play with brightness contrast on it from up here and see if we can't get anything even better, even nicer, something that our eye likes more. I drag it down a little bit. See that burning on the edges there? It gives you a nice roundness. It makes the interior pop. You can't really, like, I can tell a difference from up here, from way out, but ever so subtly. And the difference is basically that it looks hotter. I'm going to go with that for this yellow. Not sure about this yellow at all. So, anyway, I'm going to, what? You drop it. I'm going to grab you. And I'm going to draw you over the top of one of these. Presuming you have the same sort of pixel space. I'll put you down here for now, actually. Because maybe you don't have the same pixel space. So I'll do that. And then the red. How the fuck do I get the red? We've already tried it with the green before. We can do hue saturation on it and go to red. Well, we'll find red. And then saturation is already full, so there's no change that's going to be made to that. I can darken it, or I could lighten it. If I darken it and then hit it with the contrast to bring it up, it's actually adding lightness to it. But okay. And then hit it with the contrast and see if we can't make it zing. Looks like it's zinging now. The area that's got the highlight point on it is a little bit too large for my taste and too contrasty. So if we go back, go back. Fuck. Stop it. GIMP gets locked into fucking modes. There we go. If we go back to before we did the hue, and then we do the hue adjustment, find a red down on it. That's a nice red. And the idea would be to pull the lightness down so that that area in the middle that's got the high point is less of a thing. Like that. Maybe a little bit more. Because I want there to be some transition from it. So we start there, and then we do the brightness contrast, where I rake the contrast up and pull the brightness down, I believe. So you do that. Brightness comes down. Isn't that what we did last time? It's going to be a little bit different this time, Pawn. Apparently. It's just not hot and blazing enough. Damn it. I've spent hundreds of hours in designing business cards and logos, but just for fun as a hobby. I am amazed with your fast video thumbnail skills. I go into details like this too, especially on vector art. Yeah, when I was making thumbnails on regular basis, I had that down to a science, an art and a science. The kind of things that I like to do with regularly with them. Yeah, I'm just trying to find like a certain place where I've got enough of that light bounce that's still alive so that when I do, let's do it with levels. When I do crush it, I'll be getting what I'm looking for out of it. So if I crush you like from up here, can I get more in this direction now? So when I pull back out, it's just such a big, glaring, look at that white space there, and you need some of it. You need some of it. Don't get me wrong. Reset. It's just so contrasting. If I come down in here and I just eat away the white, there's no proper white. It's all got a bit of red going with it. And then let's see what happens when we play with the levels. I think I'm liking that. It's just still nowhere near as bright as the others. And it's not communicating that it's that bright to the eye. Are these the on states? If so, it only needs to contrast the off state, which is gray, and the same for all four indicators. Yeah, it's got to look right, and it needs to, like, the other ones just look like they're glowing from afar. I think red might just not be able to really do that. Without having, you know, some sort of actual glow effect added to help the insinuation of it. So I just can't quite get it there. Can't quite find, like, that's close, but it's still just not bright. I like that anyway. But son of a bitch. Give me a drink. I came home. Give me a drink. Head of hell. Head of fear. I'm gonna piss my life away. So that's full on red. If I added in some brighter than red. In fact, if I added in some, like, is there another color that I could head toward that would give me the kind of insinuation that I want, which apparently is going to be on the purple end of things. Give me that. Lean you over toward the white. Hey, 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 hey. God damn it. Oh. O. N. Fucking O-N. Yeah. Liked it better before I did the things. So that's step one, and then here's step two. Wow, the difference between the two. There is just a little bit more glowy to it, yeah. What I could do then is I could grab the red and maybe, I don't know, maybe come in with a 2 pixel wide one of these. Get myself a square around you. And then just insinuate. Insinuate. It's just not high enough. Let's take that all back. Except for you. And let's go more like that. And then the one, like, I'm making it lighter top right because that's where the light source is as well. So I'm still trying to insinuate that with the coloration. I'm just trying to, like, give it the feel that it's kicking off more light than it currently is. And it currently looks like it is. See, and the problem is that any lighter that I make it is just, you know, not red. It's the not red is what it ends up being. Now, were I to, and I won't do this because it, you know, F's up the design. Oh, God. But were I to just, like, kick, you know, glow around it, get the size up to something reasonable. And also, I need you to be, give me that, down to here. Nope. Larger and less opacity. Nope. Less opacity. That actually helps just a little bit. I mean, you look at the difference there, and it really does help with the idea that it's on and it's glowing. It's kind of the problem with red LEDs in the first place, despite as much as they're used, is they don't appear as bright because of where they land on the color wheel on the, you know, visible light spectrum. Hard to get them to look bright. They look their color, but they don't look bright. The off state, of course, as you were saying, though, Mosaic Task Force, is this. So, you know, there will be large contrast between the two of them, but it doesn't even really, like, sit well in there, does it? The red. It doesn't look like it's the same size, even though it is. And go all the way back to... Okay, so that's when I was adding the little redness to the outline, which is reasonable enough. And then before I did that, that's where I'll stop. Like, as you zoom out, though, and you can see they're all the same size, and they're all the same dimensions, too, 10 by 10. 10 by 10 there, 10 by 10 here. So they are, oh, shit, bring you back, then drop you. They're all the same size and all the same dimensions, but because of the difference of the colors, like, by the time we get out here, the red one looks like it's lower, doesn't it? Wouldn't you agree? The red one looks like it's lower than the others, and smaller, if anything. But it ain't. Same place. I might be able to help that a little bit by making the top line glow a little more. So if I set myself back to a pencil dot, 1 pixel, and I came across like that, but with alternating colors, just to brighten it up a little bit, get it to grab, get it to speak to the viewer. So if I grab something like that, oh, that's actually brighter. So let's have that on this side, and then you over here, you here, you here. Still looks like it's 1 pixel lower than all the rest, doesn't it? Doesn't it? What are you going to do with red? Red LED. I could move it up 1 pixel, and then it would be really strikingly obvious that it is up 1 pixel. It's actually not that strikingly obvious that it's up 1 pixel. Kind of just evens it out. But I don't think so. My mind would never be okay with that. What I could do is have the red LED off and on its own. You know, separated from the others a little bit. And the red LED could be indicating that, you know, we're on. And then the other 3 LEDs, I don't know that I'm going to have 3 LEDs, though. Yeah, I'm not going to have 3 LEDs. I'm going to have red. I'm going to have one that will turn red, yellow, and green. And then one that fires something, or maybe one that turns red and yellow, and one that turns green, and I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, we got 3 LEDs there, different colors along with that one, so I can, you know, play with it at a later date, at a date of later. I'm going to go ahead and delete that one, grab this one, and move it over here. Make sure that we're aligned. We are. So there. Starting to look jewelish. Nice. Nice enough, anyway. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Maybe I won't use red at all. Like, what I would use for the indicators for the colors, I'm thinking when you hit the settings button and this card pops out, the power is going to go out on this thing. Now, it can either, like, have an LED indicator that indicates that the power's out and everything else will be dead, or it can just all go dead. I kind of like the idea of it all going dead when you hit the settings button. You hit that, and then just, and it's dead. So there's nothing, it goes to the black screen, all the LEDs go black. And then when you put it back in, it's on. So I don't necessarily need an on-off indicator, do I? What I do need is a run state indicator, and that's going to be either you're in the pre-run, you're in the standby, or you're running. So there'll be one indicator, one LED that will have 3 states. So red, yellow, green seems reasonable. And then I want one LED that indicates that something happened. You know, so if you fire a split, if you change from one, basically to acknowledge that I did a detection, I'm working and I did a detection, you're welcome. So that'll probably be the blue one. It'll be off and then it'll flash blue whenever it does a split or does anything. It matches a detection. And then that's 2 of the 3 spaces I've reserved for LEDs, so I need another one just to, like, make the visual design make sense, or I go down to a 2 LED, you know, thing, which is fine. Could do that. 2 LEDs. It would look good. It would look threadbare, simple, but it would communicate everything. If I were to have a 3rd LED, what would the LED indicate? And one of the things that it could indicate is false split, because there is the possibility of getting a false split in this program. I mean, in testing, that's what I've been working against, is making sure that false splits are dealt with and stuff. And when I release this code, I think what I'm going to do is have it so that the false split is handled. If you get a false split, which should not happen if the pattern is well written, then, you know, it will undo the split in order to like, you know, repair your real time. But what will happen is if it's set up to pause on a split, then you will have, like, the false split thing. If it does automatically correct its own false split, the fact that it fired a false split means that your in-game time has been technically corrupted by a single frame, or maybe 2. So the timer will be wrong by a single frame, or maybe 2. So I could have like a false split indicator that's like you had a false split, which means your in-game time is fucked. Sorry, it shouldn't happen. It's not supposed to happen, but occasionally it happens. Your real time is still okay. Your in-game time is off by like 2/400ths of a second, maybe. It's going to be off by some insubstantial, insignificant amount. But to have an entire LED lit, that's just dedicated to the failure state thing, it doesn't make any sense because it's never used, so you'll never know what it's used for. And then when it does pop up, the odds that you make the connection that, oh, it was because there was a false split, even if I put something on screen that indicates false split detected, like, it's just going to be an LED that's sitting there that looks like it's off, and people are going to go, oh, well, probably, he felt like he needed an extra LED in there. And I don't know. It seems like a waste to have an LED for just that false split state. I don't know. Good point on rarely used indicators, this Mosaic Task Force. Yeah, in terms of like designing things that people actually interact with, if you have an indicator that's for a failure state, like, that's good, but if it's just like all of the rest of them, it's going to be rarely noticed, An indicator for a failure state should be like a thing on top of the unit that because then you'll notice it. But if, something it fails in a way that is non-critical during function, no one's going to notice, oh, that extra LED that never comes on came on. New record LEDs, just Mosaic Task Force. Well, my program won't keep track of that, though. Live Split keeps track of it, so that won't be a thing. What other input could it possibly be? I mean, just having two LEDs would look fine. It would be sleek. And I'd be using the red, yellow, and green to indicate the run states. The third one could be a power on, power off LED. But, like, it's stupid because if the power's on, it's just, at that point, it's completely useless. It's just there as part of the gag and the gimmick of it. And then I have to take up one of my colors to indicate that we're on. So it'll probably just be a 2 LED system, because those are the only things that I really want to communicate for you, is that, what state you're in, run, pre-run, or otherwise, and then have one that flashes whenever it did a thing. Whenever it made a detection, either dropped a detection or made a new detection. Then it'll do like a flash that'll probably 3 times, on, off, on, off, on, off, so that it can be, actually seen that it happened. But yeah. It's good. It's a good little design now. I'm happy with it, and I've got the backup design for, I'll have the alternate design, rather, which is this one, Tehatness. If you want to use that one, which is good. It's pretty. I made it, I made it because it looks good. It looks hot, it looks sleek, but it just looks sort of generic too. It looks like a Chinese knockoff of an actual thing, right? Like some electron, like a tablet, that you'd get from, and it's a Chinese knockoff specifically in the sense of like, someone made a game console that they called the Wii Poo or something, like they put an extra I on the Wii, like a good proper Chinese knockoff where they're really trying to steal, something. So they made it look a bit like the thing that it's supposed to be, but none of the features will work if it's a proper Chinese knockoff. But they also, didn't spend a lot of money on, like, it's generic, like the speaker holes and everything. There's nothing ornate or decorated about it. It's just like, okay, well, this thing has candy bezeled things, and it looks like that, so we'll do that. It looks like a knockoff a little bit, just because there's not a lot of styling going on up here. But that was the best way. The speakers looked the best like that when I changed them to be, inset speaker things. Looks way better than the original GUI, as you said. It shows efforts and dedication. Yeah. Here's the original one for comparison. This also just shows off like what my library is capable of. to create an application that doesn't look like an application, that has its own styling from, top to bottom, left to right, the entire thing, that doesn't look like a series of windows, but looks like, a graphic design that is functional with buttons you can click on it and stuff. The possibility for my little library, guiABLE over here, the possibilities for this library, you can make games on this thing. Like, I've already thought about, maybe the next project after I release this auto splitter, if I get into a project, will be making like a simple game out of my UI library, because we've got the ability to drag things, we've got the ability to toggle things and change images and stuff like that, and when you think about old style like grid-based movement RPGs and things like that, those are as simple as this UI is, as simple as my library, in terms of, they've got multiple images to change in and out of between, and then they're just moving those images across the screen as they, so there's, I can simulate the basic functions of a game, and we can make a Tetris. We can make Tetris real easy with my UI. We could do Sudoku, although that wouldn't really be involving my UI as much as me getting back to the project that I set before myself and learned all the math and the interesting things about Sudoku and wrote it up in PHP and then backed myself into a corner in my theory of how I'd be able to do it. So I'd like to come back to that project just to sort of finish out the premise of how to generate Sudoku puzzles quickly. And I've still got a whiteboard out in the dining room full of ideas for a Sudoku website that would allow cooperative play and competition play and have leaderboards, and you could have leagues, Sudoku leagues, where, however you did in the week and then however the other person did in the week, and you're on a team together, and so you see it going back and forth, and it affects your league team rankings and stuff. I had a whole lot of fun little ideas for Sudoku when I was really into Sudoku for a hot month. Maybe. It looks like a lot of thought has gone into it, meaning that I/people assume the code is great quality too. Yeah, and they could be wrong. But, yeah. I like graphic design, and obviously I like programming, so doing both of them, and especially writing a library that enables graphic design in programming, why, that's right up my alley, isn't it? That sounds like just the sort of thing that I'd enjoy doing. I think that's it in terms of like the design. I'm just going to leave it there, and then I will continue to design once we get into the build stage and find the things that need to be done. So for the graphic design, that's it. I'm now going to actually turn this into, code that works in my auto splitter. Right here, right now, live on this stream, after a 7-minute break. After a 7-minute break. We're going to go to break. Might even be longer than 7 minutes. It'll probably be around 7 minutes. We'll have the timer going on stream. I'll try and be back in time. But we're going to take a 7-minute live stream break. When we come back, I'm going to take that visual design that we've been staring at for hours as I've complained about capitalism and just, all of the horrors of humanity, the TSA, as I've just jawed on endlessly about nothing in particular, which is my only true skill and offering to humanity. We will take that design that we've been staring at, and we will turn it into code and make it a thing that is a happening, which will be interesting and involved, because I haven't designed what it's going to look like in the screen area yet. So there's that. But that's what we're going to do after 7 minutes. I'm going to play you some music and step away and maybe pee and maybe just step away to get out of the chair. Maybe take this robe off, maybe not. Maybe take my pants off, maybe not. You never know. We'll be back in 7 minutes, though. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out.
There was a tiny Asian woman screaming in the street today, and she was screaming at a person that she obviously hates. She was so loud we heard the screaming with our windows all rolled up, and we looked down on the street to see who she was screaming at. But there was no one on the sidewalk, so we all looked back at her, and we saw in her homeless hands she had a 1960s mirror, a pretty plastic girly one framed in a purple case. She was screaming at herself, and she was spitting at her face. And we were scared and we were shaken, waiting at the intersection, looking at each other's faces, each one a shocked reflection. We laughed with nervous laughter at the crazies in the street, but it's only 'cause we know it's how we kind of want to be. And there's a fraction of a brain cell chain that makes us what we are. One false move, you're in the mirror, someone's laughing from the car. Half a dozen times, and that she has a bunch of mirrors, she has lots of different kinds. And I wondered what she'd shouted, and I wondered what she'd done. And the light turned green and someone said we ought to put her in a song. I feel sorry for that woman as she stormed off in the day, with a bitter frozen enemy who will never go away. So many of us hate ourselves but never shout in rage. We never get to hold a mirror, we never turn the page. And I'm lucky I've got people who'll hold me in the night. And I'm lucky that you love me, and I'm glad we never fight. And I'm lucky that I like myself, but late at night I doubt. So I'm scared to look at mirrors, just in case I start to shout.
I had a system, a particular way that I put it all out there, with thoughts and words and pen and paper melodies. Was on a mission, a continuous wave of inspiration, with thoughts and words and pen and paper melodies. Such a breeze. But now I wonder what to sing, 'cause I can't think of anything. The time ticks away, blinded by an empty page. We don't fight, we don't break up, I'm kinda coming up empty. How do you write a song when you're happy? I'm not lonely, I'm just
Hello, I am the Ronan Poland, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Poland live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Poland. Can't
but now I want.
You can't fake the comments. The calm inside. It was the calm inside, he was saying. We were graphic designing, or just reviewing graphic design, and then I got caught up in actually trying to do some graphic design work, which didn't come out very well. I come back, I look at that red LED and think, it's still, I fucking hate it. But what are you gonna do? Maybe I'll make it better some other time. We're gonna take this design, we're gonna turn it in to actually, it's gonna be in the program instead of this, which is what it currently is. And this is the new graphic design, the new hotness to go along with the hotness of the settings window that will slide in and pop out. In fact, that already does. if we pop open and load the program up, boom, there she is running. When you click on this button, slides out, comes back in. This is Python. This is Tkinter. Yes, I am amazing. You're welcome, world. But that's what that's going to do, except it's going to look better than that, because this don't look as good as could be done do. Let's get rid of the background there so that it's easier to see what we see. So, step one, over to the GUI, and all the shit that I've got needs to be replaced with new images and new things. Just new things, generally, new picture locations. Tell you what, before we get into it, though, what is it that I wanted to talk about? Capital punishment? Jesus. I saw, I'm subscribed on YouTube to Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. They post their videos that go up on HBO a couple of weeks afterwards. You'll find them on YouTube, and I just saw on YouTube his latest thing on capital punishment, specifically around lethal injections for capital punishment. And what I found most interesting about it, it was a lot of information I didn't know before, but that I already, knew. Well, I already thought. But confirmation on a lot of things that I knew about lethal injection in particular. For those of you who live in countries where you don't murder people for murdering people, where you don't do the bad thing that the person who you're now punishing did to them, because fuck them, as a gotcha, yeah, you think it's so cool, where you don't punch your sister back because she punched you, or you rise above it. If you live in one of those countries, by which I mean civilized, you may not know about all of the details of our various torture methods here in the United States of America for killing people that are all legal, and they're just the way that we do it, and so it's normal. Of course, everyone's familiar with the electric chair, which of course was a incredibly fucking insane, devious torture device that I have to assume was invented with the idea in mind, hey, if we make capital punishment so fucking terrifying, then maybe it will reduce crime. What we found out once we started strapping living human beings into chairs, putting their feet into a bucket of water, and then pumping 20, 50,000 volts through their veins over the course of however long it took them to die, which sometimes was a little bit, was a while, putting a hood over their head because their eyeballs would boil from the inside and explode, and nobody really wanted to see that part of it. Apparently people were keen on seeing them convulse and shake, and also sometimes their heads combust, just catch on fire, because, electricity going through, and you got the mask that we put over you, and that heats up, and then your head's on fire while you're going through an electric seizure until death. Sometimes it didn't work, too. Sometimes they'd put electricity through them for a good long time, they turn it off, and it'd still be breathing. Usually you have the idea that, I'm pretty sure that this husk of a human being is now dead, but the body doesn't know that yet. The heart's still beating, the lungs are still moving. Shit, what do we do now? I don't know, keep, wasting just thousands of pounds, just kilowatts of energy, pumping it through this brain-dead thing until, because it is really just a thing at that point, isn't it? It was a human being when you sat it down into the giant, crazy torture device. I have to assume that when they came up with that method, the idea was, we'll make it really, really horrible, and then that will deter crime. Because, of course, capital punishment before, putting people on crucifixes and leaving them out in the sun, torturing them, dragging them behind cars, all the things that the Klan did, that wasn't scary enough. All of the different, put you to death methods that we had previously apparently wasn't scary enough. So, let's try making it really fucking scary. Electricity applied until death. Eyes explode. Probably testicles explode if you're a man, which I don't think there's ever been a woman put to death. So, hey, hashtag me too. What the fuck? Equality. But yeah, eyes explode, testicles explode, organs bake from the inside, all that kind of thing. What we've found is that it does absolutely nothing to deter crime, violent crime, any kind of crime, because it turns out that people aren't thinking about, the potential punishment after being in prison for 20 years and appealing it, dozens of times or half a dozen times. They aren't thinking about that whole process and where it might end when they either commit acts of passion, which is what most murders are, or when they carefully plan out the murder of someone, in which case they're assuming that they won't get caught. So they're not planning for the inevitability. So basically, in all circumstances, nobody's thinking about the electric chair at the end. And so it doesn't deter crime at all. So at this point, we were now, and some places, I think they still are, just torturing people. In fact, they are in America. In fact, some places give you the option. You can choose lethal injection, or you can choose to be electrocuted to death. Oh. And what's really shocking is that some people are choosing the electric chair because being lethal injection is so much. It's not necessarily, it could be worse. It could, you're really rolling a die, aren't you? And don't know what's going to come up. It's a flip of a coin, but some people are flipping that coin and hoping for the electric chair to be less, because of the reasons I found out, or the things that John Oliver talked about in his show. But so we've just been torturing people for no reason, The idea is that we have a death penalty in this country, and regardless of whether you think that makes any fucking sense or not, we have one. So now how are we going to do it? And what we've come up with is strap people to chairs and apply kilowatts of energy to them until their heads combust and their testicles explode, or shove toxic chemicals into their veins in order to cause cardiac arrest, in order to give someone a heart attack, which will hopefully result in them dying. Hopefully the heart will have an attack and then it will stop beating. That's what they're going for there. And it really is a hope, because it is fingers crossed when you do that to a human body. It's not a guarantee. At some point you do have to ask, so why are we doing all of this? Like, does no one have a pistol? And the reason why I actually wanted to talk about this is because in John Oliver's show there on lethal injection, he showed an interview with a former Supreme Court member, I don't know who was talking about capital punishment and talking about how it doesn't work. And then the interviewer asked him, so you're on the record as saying you prefer the idea of the firing squad for capital punishment. And he was like, yeah. And I was sitting on the couch watching it going, oh, me too. Me too. I mean, first off, there shouldn't be capital punishment. Like, for all of the reasons that there just shouldn't be capital punishment. It really seems stupid to even talk about, the fact that there are people out there who think, no, we should do it. I don't. How? Why? And I know what your hows and your whys are going to be, so I don't really need to hear them. They're just really stupid and don't make any fucking sense on a, scale larger than revenge. That we're going to do to you what you did to someone that we cared about because fuck you and we want to get you backsies, which is not really what I think the federal government should be in the business of necessarily, or state governments, or really any governments, getsies backsies. Not really what you... But for all of the reasons, which are all of the reasons, we just shouldn't have capital punishment. But if we do have to have it, if the American public are so, just bloodthirsty sons of bitches who just want to fuck somebody up, which is basically what it comes down to, if that's going to be the case, I was very surprised to hear anyone else ever say, yeah, firing squads, because firing squads are immediately lethal. If somebody misses, all you do, if somebody doesn't die from it, then you reload and take another shot and then it's done. And it's a violent act that communicates how violent the act is. The idea that we have with lethal injections is we strap somebody onto a chair, or rather to a bed, and we inject them with shit that paralyze them so that we can't see the torture that they're in. And then we, give them a heart attack and their muscles don't respond, even though they are, screaming inside, being tortured to death, and they can't even breathe anymore because their lungs have been paralyzed as well from the second injection that comes through. And it all looks from the outside, if things go right, which they don't always do, but if things go right, the whole process of it is we're back to the TSA. It's a show. It's a show to pretend like we're putting someone to death, but it's humane. And it makes it look like it's not a horrible, vicious, awful, ugly, disgusting, teeth gnashing, bloodlust, fucking revenge move that it is, because it looks so just, well, he just went to sleep, and now that's over, and we can go on with our day. I prefer the firing squad because, one, it doesn't fail. If it does fail, you just take another shot. And so, like, the instances in which it has failed for the electric chair or for lethal injection have been like 45 minutes of agony for everyone involved, not just the person who's being tortured to death, but the people who have to watch and the people who have to, kill the man. All of those people's, just sitting in agony as they're watching someone who's either being electrocuted who just won't fucking completely die, and they keep applying more juice and there's not electricity coming in, it's not killing him all the way, and he's smoking and he's singeing, and you smell it, and then you turn it off, and you're like, is he dead? And there's still... and then you got to turn it back on. Or for lethal injections where they've injected someone and it didn't work and it didn't do the things that it was supposed to, and then you got 45 minutes of someone like dying in front of you from poison that is slow acting because they missed the vein and it's now subcutaneous and it's seeping into the muscles and they're screeching in pain, and you're just waiting for them to be tortured to death in front of you because that's what we came here for. We're not going to save you because we fucked up. We're just going to wait for you to die despite the fact that we fucked up, and we'll all just sit here because we're too civilized to just put a gun to your head and pull the trigger and get it over with. And I'm saying, just put a fucking gun to his head and pull the trigger and get it over with, or rather, do what we've done for hundreds of years since the invention of guns and, capital punishment being a thing that people have been into for a while, and that's get 3 to 5 people, and they all load shells, and nobody knows which one of them's got the real, and which, who's got all the blanks, but 4 of them get blanks, and one of them get the real gun, or real bullet. Everybody aims for the heart, takes a single shot, and boom, it's over. Now imagine it went wrong. Imagine a misfire. Imagine, it didn't hit the heart. It's in the lung, and it's just bubbling. Well, then you reload, and you pop one in the head and it's over. Or shoot him in the heart, get right up close and shoot him in the heart, and then it's over. And, it's the difference between, taking Old Yeller out back and slowly lowering him into a vat of acid, because you've got to put your dog down, he's too old, he's in pain constantly, we've decided this is what it's come to, so what are we going to do with Old Yeller? Well, we're going to have to put him down. Somebody get me a bucket full of hydrochloric acid and rig up the thing over the tree so I can slowly lower my pet ass first or feet first into the acid over the course of 20 minutes so that we can torture him to death because we're civilized. So that's how we're going to do it. Or you take Old Yeller out back and you pet him a couple of times and you say goodbye and it's done. And it's over. And one, it is as violent as it is. You see the blood, you see the explosion of viscera come out the back of the fella. It's as violent as it is, so you're not fooling yourself about what you're doing. And 2, it's fucking effective. And it doesn't torture someone to death. You shoot somebody in the heart, it's over within 12 seconds. I mean, it's over for you within 3 or 4 seconds. For them, brain death will occur within the next, maybe 20 seconds at the maximum, and it will be relatively painless. Shot through the heart, there's a shock, there's an instant of you're not really even going to feel that pain. It's just, you're dead before you start to feel that it hurt. So it's humane in a way that makes sense. It is fail-safe, not fail-proof, but fail-safe. If we missed, or it didn't work for some reason, we walk up and we do it again instantaneously, and it's fucking over. We're done. We didn't leave a man suffering to death. None of us had to sit here and watch us torture a guy to death. I was just really surprised to see anyone, especially a Supreme Court justice, say, yeah, I'm in favor of the firing squad. You know what else he was in favor of? If we had to have corporal punishment or killing people as a punishment, the guillotine, which I'd never thought about, but yeah, that would be up there. That would be a good idea. I mean, relatively speaking, I would give people the option. firing squad or guillotine, but both of those, for the exact same reasons, make perfect sense. One, fail-proof. Like, the guillotine isn't even fail-safe, it's fail-proof, As long as the guillotine is functionally, as long as it's kept up, it's a giant heavy blade that's going to fall, and it's sharp, and it just slices through, and the head comes off, and it's done. And, the mind of the person is still alive for, again, like maybe 6 seconds or something as the blood, comes out of the brain. But as humane as you could possibly be, it's one swift action, it's done, it's over, head falls, rolls around a little bit. I mean, in terms of people's complaints about, oh, that's inhumane, that's disgusting, and stuff like that, you are currently strapping human beings into chairs and electrifying them over the course of however long it takes, and injecting them with shit that makes their blood boil. Like, that's what has been described as the chemicals that they inject people with in order to give them the heart attack, in order to kill them. If you can feel it, if you haven't been completely anesthetized, if you're still awake for this process, it's going to feel like your blood is boiling and you're having a heart attack. We're giving you a chemical to cause cardiac arrest, which means stopping the thing, but it's going to be like before your heart dies. It's going to have a stop, I'm trying to fight, and then it's dead. So, in terms of what you're already doing, here's another one that's actually not just fail safe, but fail proof. The blade comes down, it does its job, there's so much weight there that it can't be stopped, so long as the guillotine is in proper functioning operation, and that would be the place where you'd say, well, then it's not fail safe. I guess it isn't fail safe, but you could have a guy standing by with an axe handy. Hey, whatever you gotta do at that point, if you've sliced a guy's head kind of half off, somebody's got to fucking walk up and old yeller it, finish the goddamn job. Which is actually why I think out of those methods, just the fact of trying to keep a guillotine around, it's pretty fucking spooky and creepy to have around. I think the best idea is just to stick with the firing squad. But the firing squad is the best way for its fail-safeness, its effectiveness, and its humaneness, you're going before the firing squad. It's also something, since we do really only commit men to death in this country, it's kind of, there's a certain nobility to standing against the firing squad wall. I mean, I don't know. I've never stood there, obviously, but it seems that way. Like, if I imagine myself, walking from death row to my death, and they put me into the yard, and, hands tied and that kind of thing. They walk me over to the wall, and somebody puts a cigarette in my mouth, and I stand there, and I know it's coming, Like, there's a nobility to that. I know it's coming. I'm here to do it. You guys are here to do it. Put the blindfold on, take the shot, and we're done. And there's sort of decency in terms of what you're treating the person like in their last moments, as opposed to binding them to a chair and then doing all of those things, or strapping them to a bed and injecting them with something. So I think that's the best way, and I was just really surprised to see anyone agree with me, especially a former Supreme Court justice. Or just not execute people like other countries have simultaneously. Exactly, that's the best solution. But if you do have to fuck your mom, that was what John Oliver's show, was about. He started it off with that sort of premise, was like, talking about lethal injection and just, killing people as punishment in this country is kind of like listing the reasons not to fuck your mom. We don't have good chemistry. She lives 300 miles away, so it's not, travel expenses, things like that. But when you get down to it, the reason not to fuck your mom is she's your mom. Don't fuck her. The reason not to kill people as a federally authorized event is because you shouldn't kill people. Like, all of the other reasons that you can list really don't need to be there. It's objectively, agreeably the wrong thing to be involved in before you have to get into, and 4% of the people who we've put to death, it turns out, have been exonerated by DNA evidence and shit. So, we've murdered innocent people as a revenge act on behalf of people who have lost people. Okay, so And that's really what it is. That's what the death penalty comes down to. It is a revenge act. You look at everything about it, it's a show. It is a revenge act for, like, the family of the survivors of the people who you killed, or the person who you killed, and we're going to get revenge for them. And what we've done is we've put 4% of the people who we've, killed have been innocent people who were killed as an act of revenge to make the people who lost people feel better. So what we've done is created more people who now need revenge, and we need to kill more people. But we're not going to, because those people would be the administrators and the American public who keeps voting this shit in, who keeps voting for people who support the death penalty and who talk a big talk about, I'm hard on crime. No, you're a bloodlusting, revengeful idiot is what you are. You like the idea of the finality of it, but you don't acknowledge the fallibility of these systems. And you don't acknowledge the fact that, murder for murder is an eye for an eye, and it makes the whole world blind. And is also the exact opposite of the way that the law exists in every other state in this country and all across the world. Like, you go into a court of law and say, this guy, stole $200 from me. The law doesn't say, all right, well, how did he do it? And you say, well, he came up on me in a back alley and he beat the shit out of me, and then he took my wallet out of my back pocket while I was lying in a puddle of my own blood. The law doesn't say, okay, what I want you to do now is go out behind the court building. I want you to kick the shit out of him and then steal $200 from him while he lies in a puddle of his own blood. That's not how we do, justice. It's not guy 1 did something bad, so now you get to do exact same thing to guy 1, guy 2. That's not how we do it, because it's a violent, horrible, evil world that we create when we start going down that path. So yeah, ideally, just no death penalty. But if we have to have one, maybe we could stop doing these torture events, because that's what they are. The electric chair is obvious. What I always thought about the lethal injection, before I knew how fucked up the system is by watching John Oliver's Last Week Tonight, his latest episode, that came down on YouTube. So it's available. You can go watch it on YouTube right now for free. I didn't know all the details of it, but what I always thought was, wow, that is worse than, I thought psychologically, I thought it was horrible. I thought it was more torturous than the electric chair. At least the electric chair is something that you get strapped into. You know it's going to be horrible. You know they're torturing you, and then they torture you, and then you're shaking, and you're violent, and you're dying. And it's a horrible death and everything like that. But it's like you know what it's going to be, and then it's that, and it's awful, and then you're dead. Whereas the psychological torment of lethal injection seemed to be, like, well beyond. Like, it's the electric chair times 10. Because what you're going to do is you're going to lie down on a bed knowing that someone is going to inject you with something that is going to make you paralyzed so that you can't speak, you can't cry out, you can't move, you can't do anything. And then they're going to inject you with something that slowly, poisons you and rots you from the inside. And just the psychological horror of imagining yourself in that situation. Lie down, I strapped you down, you can't move in the first place, I'm going to inject you with something to make you a little bit comfortable, then I'm going to inject you with something that will completely paralyze you, and then I'm going to do to you what I want, which is kill you by chemicals that will eat you from the inside out, basically, that are going to kill you one way or another while you lie here. And it's just like the psychological torment of that, the taking my dog to the vet to have her put down was awful. And it was especially awful because what dog likes to go to the vet? Some do. Mine didn't. They smell the scent of the fear of all of the animals that have come before them. And it's just a place that they don't feel comfortable. They don't feel like, okay, this is all right. And you're taking your dog to a place that they tend to, have bad feelings about in the first place. And they're on edge and they're stressed out and they're smelling, the diarrhea of so many dogs before them, and just the stench of animal fear that wafts in the air in a veterinarian's office. And then you're injecting them. And my dog didn't know that the injection was going to kill her. And that is a blessing. But, I was aware just taking my dog there to do that, She's not going to be aware that that's what's going to happen, but she's going to be afraid in the first place just to be there, and that sucks. Now, know that someone's going to come and inject you with something that is going to make you slowly die from the inside and make it impossible for you to, like, anything, respond, react as you do die. And it's going to be slow and torturous. It's just like the psychological torment of that was always in my mind when I thought about lethal injection. And then add upon that the actual reality of lethal injections that I was exposed to via John Oliver's show, which is that states don't do it right or well, that they don't have the right chemicals because they used to use a certain chemical which at least could be argued was effective, you know, when it's applied to the first, it's 3 stages. First, they give you something that's supposed to, like, sedate you and, you know, basically make you not care, you know, get you high. It's an anesthetic in your veins so that you don't feel what your body's about to go through. And then they give you something that paralyzes you, and it paralyzes not just like your nerves and your movement, it paralyzes your lungs and all of your organs, and everything shuts down and you can't breathe anymore. So that first shot, and then they put the shot in that actually gives you the heart arrest. But that first shot better fucking do its job, or else you're going to be lying there paralyzed, unable to breathe, and unable to, like, move and express the fact that I can't breathe. Like, it's torture. Psychological torture beyond. The states, they had a chemical that they had been using for a very long time that could at least be argued was effective at the anesthetic, you know, the first shot state, and they can no longer get a hold of that because it's not produced in this country because it's basically illegal. So what several states have done is procure it illegally from sources that can't be trusted. That's actually the truth. Like, the states themselves and prisons and things have gone out of their way to procure that drug from untrustworthy sources, just so that they could keep using what they've always used. When they couldn't use that anymore and couldn't find a, you know, dealer to sell it to them in an alley, the states started using something else, which has been described and is described in John Oliver's show as a martini in a needle. It is not a full body, you know, anesthetic that's going to hit your head and hit your body and make you not care and make you not feel and, you know, allow for the next 2 drugs to do their work without it being a complete torturous event. It takes the edge off a little bit of, you know, a bad day is how it's been described with what they use now, which is why some people who have been given the option to choose, we can put you in the electric chair or we can do the lethal injection, have said, I'll take the electric chair. Because, and I would also, you know, build in my thoughts on the psychological torment of being, you know, injected with a paralyzing agent and then injected with death juice that makes your veins feel like they're on fire as it eats you from the inside out and causes cardiac arrest. So yeah, before I knew about the, like, physical medical horrors of it, I knew about the psychological horrors of it. And here's the thing to add to that, that maybe you haven't considered. I don't think I'd ever considered this myself. Doctors, outside of Kevorkian, doctors have taken an oath to do no harm. First, do no harm. That's the first fucking oath. And so doctors do not involve themselves in the killing of people, which means whenever there is a death penalty sentence, whenever someone is being executed, there is no doctor on hand because they won't be involved in that shit. It would, you know, actually, possibly they would lose their license for being in that room or helping in any way the state kill a man. If they were in that room, they would actually have a obligation as a doctor to try to save the person that the state is trying to kill. That would be their obligation. So there is never a medical technician, a doctor, a nurse, anyone who is able to do that, you know, do what needs to be done and knows how to do it. They're never on hand. Because if they were, they would be compromised you know, their incentive would be exactly the opposite of what the state's is. So these procedures that involve the administration of anesthetics, followed by the administration of paralytics, followed by the administration of drugs that kill people, are done by fucking guards with a little bit of, you know, paramedic training. But if they got too much paramedic training, well, then they'd have an obligation to do no harm, in which case they couldn't do their job anymore. So if they're too good at it, they can't do it. They need to be bad at it, is the thing. They need to not know what the fuck they're doing. And surprise, surprise, lots and lots of botched lethal injections. Because, you know, these guys, these guards that are taking on the role of doctor for a day are trying to find and hit veins, and they're missing. And depending on which one they miss with, you might have an extra double torturous experience, or you might have an experience that takes you, you know, an hours, 45 minutes or more to die in this supposedly quick 5-minute, you know, one injection, next injection thing. If they miss the vein, like the event that was already going to be 5 minutes of the longest, solidest torture of a human being's life, possibly, now gets to go on for 45 minutes. Yeah. So there just shouldn't be a death penalty in the first place, but if there's gonna be one, could we maybe come up with some methods that aren't torture? Because all of these torturous methods are just avoiding, they're all attempts to avoid how horrible and awful it is what we're doing. You know, what is being done in that room. You're trying to make it look like this person isn't being put to death, like they're just being put to sleep. But they're being put to death, and it's a horrible, violent, awful thing. And you're not doing it well at the same time. So if you just actually have the balls to stand up and say, no, capital punishment is good, it's for reasons that I can't really tell you because it doesn't help deter crime, but it makes people feel better who have been wronged, unless it turns out that the person who was killed is later exonerated by DNA evidence, like 4% of the people who have been killed by the United States. Then it'd probably make it feel even worse that you were sitting there like cheering on that somebody was dying and it turns out didn't do anything wrong. But in some situations, 96% of the time, it makes people feel marginally better to see the person who did the bad thing killed in front of them. So, okay, if you're going to stand up and say that we should do this, then have the fucking balls to do it. To not pretend like you're not doing it, you know? Firing squad. Gun. Boom. Blood. Out the back of the dude. You know? Make it look like you're doing what you're doing. Quit trying to fucking, you know, put a soft filter fuzz, you know, Oprah glow on the, you know, across the camera while you're doing it. Just make it look like it's soft and fuzzy, and it's not actually as bad as you think it is. It is as bad as you think it is, so fucking do it, you know? When they take old Yeller out back, nobody pretends, you know? There's no, like, dancing around the issue. It's a gun and it's a boom, you know? The horse needs to be put down. It can either writhe here in pain or boom. Have the fucking balls. If you want to be John Wayne and kill anything that, you know, gets in your way and that's a problem for you, then fucking have the balls to be John Wayne and pull the goddamn trigger. Because this, oh, well, we're going to do a little injection here and it's going to be safe. And even though there aren't any medical personnel on hand and nobody knows what the fuck they're doing because medical people won't be involved in this procedure because it's against their oath to do no harm, it's so much more humane. No, it's not. It's not, and it shouldn't be. You're telling yourself and everyone around you a lie so that you can try and sleep better at night. And the people who have been present for when your lie goes wrong, they don't sleep better at night. They very often have nightmares about what they had to see because of your method of trying to hide the fact of what you were doing. Just shoot the fella in the fucking heart and get it over with. If you're going to do it at all, you know? Be John Wayne if you're going to be John Wayne. Don't be pussy John Wayne, who, you know, sneaks up from behind a guy and chloroform rags him and then injects him with something. Pull your fucking 6-shooter and shoot him, tough guy. Or, you know, grow the extra Y chromosome that you lack. Or, no, let's see, what would you lose, cut the extra Y chromosome off that you've got. join us on the genetic, the evolutionary bell curve. Join us up toward the top a little bit, where we realize that we shouldn't be killing people, especially as punishment for people killing people. Sends kind of the wrong message, for one. Two, makes us as bad as we claim they are, or worse. Also, kind of denies responsibility for what happened, doesn't it? Kind of, we're going to murder you for having done this horrible thing that you did, which in most situations you did because you never got a chance to be anything other than a violent animal criminal. Created a societal structure where, you grew up in the poorest, shittiest ghetto place where, just surviving was a thing. The cops didn't come when you call them. The cops were against you. You're being thrown in jail when you weren't doing things bad. So you said, fuck it, I might as well start doing things bad. And the education system was shit. And you just never had an opportunity, never had a place to come out. Every time it looked like there was an opportunity, it was a fucking lie. You reached out for it and it wasn't there. It dissolved in your hands. It's convenient to treat the problem, at the end of the line and pretend like the choice that person made to do that horrible thing in that alley that night had nothing to do with all of the choices that all of the people before them made, which all of the people before them would be you and me. In terms of what we create as our society, what we allow to stand and go on. Much easier to just kill the guy who did the bad thing than to think about, well, what were his parents like? Where did he grow up? What was his education like? What was he treated like a second-class citizen his entire fucking life? Did anyone ever give him a chance? Was he ever provided with an opportunity to do something constructive, or was he always just desperate for the next fucking dollar to survive, to pay his family's bills, or, ultimately just to get high and pretend like life isn't as shit as it is because of who he was and where he was born and economic disparity and and all the things that actually measurably are the source of crime, especially violent crime. There's no guessing as to where it comes from. We know where it comes from. We know why it happens. And it may be easier at the end of the day I can't believe it is, but apparently it's easier at the end of the day to strap somebody into a chair, dip their feet in water, and watch as their eyeballs, testicles explode and their head catches on fire in order to punish them for having done the wrong thing that they were told their whole lives was really the only thing for them. That nobody gave a shit, nobody was going to listen. Their problems didn't amount to jack shit to everybody else. So fuck it, might as well. Like, there's a road that you take to get there, to death row. And it isn't just the one choice that you made in the one alley. Like, the people who make the one choice and kill somebody in a heat of passion who were otherwise decent and upstanding people, they don't go to death row. Because they're not monsters. They're not so disconnected from everyone else and from emotional awareness and from just reason that they need to be put to death. They'll be punished, they'll serve a sentence, they'll be released. We put to death, hopefully, the people who are fucking monsters. And the question is, how did they get to be monsters? And I'm not saying that there aren't monsters born, that there is no, monster that just comes from nature. You're born sociopath, you're born and you're just going to be broken all the time. I'm saying that is a 1 in a trillion birth. And the other 100,000 violent offenders per year are nurture. Is a society and a nation, a world, just a culture. Doesn't give a fuck about certain people. And when you don't give a fuck about certain people, they get the message. And they stop giving a fuck themselves about themselves and about you and about anything. And that's how you end up where you end up. It's not like trigonometry. It's not calculus. It's kindergarten math. So, I get how you just want to kill it off at the end of the day. Ooh, another monster popped up. We'll kill it and throw it away. What you should be doing instead, John, is putting your 6-shooter back in your holster and trying to figure out, where the fuck did this monster come from, and did I make it? Because the answer, 99.999% of the time, is yes, you did. You are responsible. As are we all. Conversation takes a dark turn. There's no conversation. It's just me ranting. Lethal injection, regardless of what it became, I think was an attempt at making it not torture. Decapitation sounds better, to be honest, as long as the ace is sharp and the executioner has good aim. The axe is sharp. The axe is sharp. Okay. Yeah. The guillotine, I think you do the firing squad. The guillotine, like, the firing squad fails safe. The guillotine is fail-proof until it's not, and then it's not fail-safe because you got somebody whose neck was half sliced or something. It would have to be that the device got stuck in the tracks on either side, which is very unlikely, especially if it's maintained and prepped before the next execution, which it should be. But if it did get stuck or something at the bottom and there was a half cut, then now you've got, like, giant blade half into dude, has to be removed half from dude has to be freed enough from it for somebody to come by with an axe and drop it, and nobody wants to be dropping an axe these days. It's like, you know what? We have guns. Americans like to use them a lot. Just shoot them in the heart. Gonna be over in 12, 20 seconds is what I would estimate in terms of the blood lost to the brain and everything, and you're gone. And it's as violent as it looks like it should be. It's as violent as killing a person because you're killing a person, but it's not excessively violent. It's not lighting a guy on fire by electrocuting him, making his testicles pop. It's not shoving chemicals into his vein to make his blood boil from the inside out and shit like that. It is a humane option for killing people that I shouldn't have to even be talking about because we shouldn't be killing people. Kind of sends the wrong message. Well, just one of a billion different small reasons, subtle reasons, for why we shouldn't be killing people. The main reason being, we shouldn't be killing people, because, don't. For the same reason you don't fuck your mom, because she's your mom. You don't kill people. Why? Because it's killing people. Don't kill them. Okay? And the whole joke of that, it was beautiful the way that John set it up for the whole show. Early in the show, he does that thing. It's like listing the reasons why not to fuck your mom and, that kind of thing. And then at the end of the show, he says, he brings it around to where you think he's bringing it around to, which is, and if we keep doing, keep on with this insanely torturous process, then we truly are all just a bunch of motherfuckers. Because we've come up with, reasons to argue against why not to fuck your mom. Which makes you a motherfucker. Look all of, there is shit in the world. Pawn, say something good and cheer me up. Absolutely agree. We never address real cause of crime, says Simon Litter. I mean, that's what it is. At the very base of it, it's economic disparity. And everybody wants to talk about how, the virtues of capitalism. That's why people, certain people don't seem to get it. Certain people think, listen, it's just economic policy we're talking about. Why are you getting so upset? People can't have a civilized conversation about, the ideals of a capitalist system or a privatized system without people getting, like, really angry like it's the end of the world. It's just a differing political philosophy, people. No, it's not. See, it is a differing political philosophy, kind of, in the vein of Nazism, of Nazism, because what you're doing there is you're cutting off and writing off 30% of a population or more with your ideas, with your economic ideals. What are you going to do about these people and these people and these people and these people who rely on these systems, who need these help, who can't afford to put their children through school? They got 3 kids, and what are you going to do about that? And your answers are, well, they shouldn't have had that many kids if they couldn't afford them, and they shouldn't have done this, and that shouldn't be that way, and the other thing, and it's their fault, and let them burn. That's not a solution. That is you deciding who matters and who doesn't in a nation where we don't do that. That's the whole idea. You don't elect a president of the United States of America who serves 50% of the country. You elect a president who can serve everyone, which is why I cannot fucking believe any of you voted for Donald Trump. What the fuck are you doing? You're worse than he is. To vote for that? To support that? you're choosing who you think matters and who doesn't matter, and that's not the job, and that's not what we do, and that's not what you build a government on. Everyone matters, everyone's rights, equality, basic concept. It's taken us several hundred years to come around to it, even though we started with the foundational premise. All men are created equal in the eyes of God. Now, we had to apparently, reword that internally so that we understood that when we said all men, we meant all mankind, all humans, not all dick-swinging people. No, we meant everybody, not just the men, but the women included too. We also needed to, eventually come around to, despite the fact that we started, all men are created equal in the eyes of God. Apparently, some people thought that men from of a darker skin color were not actually men. Apparently, they were animals, like cows. They just look like humans. I don't know what the thinking was there, but it did take us several hundreds of years to live up to the concept, to come around to, equality, as in equality. Oh, okay, I get it. And we're still kind of struggling with it. But now that we're mostly here, if we could just kind of finish that off and acknowledge the fact that everyone's rights are equal and everyone's concerns need to be addressed, and the concerns of 20, 30% of the population, even if they're the poorest, the least educated, though that's important too. You know why? Because why are they poor, and why are they the least educated? What the fuck's going on in your society if it's equal that you've got 30% of the country that is that dramatically poorer and that dramatically uneducated? It seems like things aren't really equal. Could that have to do with the hundreds of years, right up until like 1968 or 72 or something, where a certain percentage of the population wasn't even considered at law to have the same rights as the rest of the population? People on the conservative end of the aisle, and more so beyond conservative, when we're talking about, financial policies that, we should get rid of Social Security and get rid of food stamps programs, nanny state programs, and, we need to stop paying people to sit at home and these people like to pretend that they're civilized when they complain about how angry Democrats and liberals and people from the other side of the aisle get over this simple economic policy. Surely we can just agree to disagree. No, we can't just agree to disagree, because what we're agreeing about and disagreeing about is whether or not people matter. Not just the people who you care about, not just the people in your house, not just your next door neighbors, who I know in your world, the people who live in your house are the most important. Then the next door neighbors are kind of important. Your boss at work, really important. And then everybody else kind of just dips off real quick. I know that's how you work, but what we want to do here is create a society and a government, and that's not how it's going to work. What we're going to do is we're going to try and take care of everybody, which means if we want to uplift one of us, we have to uplift all of us. You see, that's how that's going to work. We're not going to uplift certain people while other people, sit in the gutter and then end up in a situation where, okay, so we left you wallowing in shit because we chose to uplift, the whites or the already rich, because obviously they're doing something right, so they need more rewarding. We just chose to uplift them and we left you guys in the gutter, and then we'll just see what you guys do. And I can't believe you did that. Put him to death. We end up in this very ridiculous fucking situation where we're murdering people for becoming what we made them to be, what we allowed them to become at the very least. You throw people off, you cast people out, you don't listen to them, you don't respond to their needs, you care for them less, they don't have influence, they don't have basic necessities, they don't have access, they don't have opportunity, they don't have availability, they don't have education, they don't have... This is what they become, obviously. This is where they go in their lives. They still have to eat, they still have to... So they do what they need to do in order to fill those gaps that you have left, that you have made, because your economic policy, that I can't believe we're all so angry about a simple economic policy, forced them to live a life of crime and indecency and violence, because there was really no other option but to die in the streets, which also is kind of part of your economic policy, isn't it? Huh? I mean, that's apparently what people who fall on that end of the spectrum of everything should be privatized and we don't need the federal government in our backyards, we don't need to shut down all these nanny state programs. Like, what I hear when I hear that is you're setting up for the purge, because that's what you're doing. You're cutting off so many human beings. You're deciding who matters and who doesn't. And these people don't matter. And what's interesting is, where did they come from and how did they end up in that situation? Why aren't they born into, it'd be one thing to say, and it would still be fucked up and wrong, but it would be one thing if everybody like came into the world at even footing, and then everybody did, as good as they did, and then at a certain level you just went, you know what? At this point, we're just going to cut everybody off that's from down there, and you're not going to get any more support, you're not going to get any help, we're not going to employ you anymore, you didn't do good enough in the race. Fuck you. That would be one thing. It would be fucked up Orwellian dystopian nightmare future that maybe is in our future. But it would be one thing if everybody started from the same point in the race, and then everybody ran, and then depending on how good you did, we sort of Darwined you out. We drew an arbitrary line and played Darwin and said, okay, you guys are the least amongst us, so fuck you. And then we just threw you on a pile and burned you alive, or whatever. Just cut you off. That'd be one thing. But that's not what we have, is it? Because people don't start the race from the same position, do they? No, they don't. They don't have the same opportunity. They don't have the same availability. And when you put forward an economic policy that says, let's shut down all of the public schools and let the private markets just, capitalism will solve the problem, you are trying to make that worse. I mean, you may tell me, I'm not trying to make that worse. I think it'll make it better. But you're a fucking idiot, and you're going to make it worse. So, functionally, I don't really give a shit what's going on in your head. You're going to make it worse. Because poor people who are already poor, who didn't start the race at the same, starting line that you started at, don't have the funds, just by birthright, usually of birthright of being black or Latino in America. Don't know why. Maybe a history of racism. But, we don't all start the race at the same point. So people who are poor, not going to be able to afford to put their kids into school when they have to pay for it. But we're going to require them to go to school, right? So they're going to have to pay for school, which means that there's going to have to be a response from the private market for cheap schooling that barely meets the bare minimums. And that's what we're going to get. Barely meets the bare minimums. Which is what you could say we're already doing with public education. Which would actually beg the question, why do you want to change the way it works if your solution is exactly the same? But the idea of public education is that we have some authority over our governors. Even the least amongst us have some authority over our governors, over, who we're going to vote for and who we're not. And also whether or not we're going to load up a 7.62 millimeter round and, perch on a grassy knoll and change things directly. We have some authority over our governors no matter the contents of our pockets. But in a private market situation where you have exactly the same scenario that we currently have, where some schools are better than others, and in the poorest areas they're going to be really, really shitty, what you'll end up with is the same situation, except the poor people who have to put their kids through school won't have any authority over that system because they're the poor people who don't have money to get authority over a system that is built on capitalism and greed. You listen to the people who have the money. You change things to accommodate the people who have the money. You don't have to listen to people who don't have money. When you're in government, you have to listen to the people who don't have money if they're the people who vote. So there is some minor measure of additional culpability answer that they must answer to the people whom they are serving, so long as this is a government-run system. Also, it means that we can establish a standard from coast to coast for what education should be, and Louisiana and Mississippi will not be able to, drag behind teaching racist ideals to their kids in their classrooms, because we have a federal standard. If it's not lived up to, they will be held accountable. So we have many measures of authority over that. The moment that it's a privatized situation, the only way that we end up having authority over it anymore is if we have incredibly strict regulation over the privatized market, which results in the exact same situation we have now. You know, the people who are for privatizing everything are not big on the idea of heavily regulating shit. They want it privatized, and they want the federal government to just let it do its thing because capitalism will save us all, because they're stupid and they don't apparently open their eyes and look around and see what capitalism is doing and how many people aren't saved right now. Or rather, they've made the decision that the people who aren't saved aren't worth saving because of the contents of their wallets. So basically, yeah, the reason why we get upset, unreasonably so, about what is just a simple differing of political ideology is because your political ideology is so classist that it might as well be racist, that it might as well be fucking Nazism. You are talking about one group of society, a giant percent, you know, the bottom third of the entire nation, being of less worth than the others. And what's interesting is those who have this philosophy tend to think of the bottom third being of almost no worth and just write them off, and then the middle third being decent people, good folk. I'd employ them. And then the top third being, you know, the true alpha male gods that we should all worship and aspire to be like. Those men, those great, great men who have devoted their lives to the acquisition of wealth and who have offered nothing but the acquisition of wealth to humanity in return, the private acquisition of wealth to humanity in return. Like every argument that starts with that comes to that, these great, great men, you know, they're driving industry and they're driving technology and driving all these things. No, they're not. They're acquiring great wealth for themselves and then continuing to acquire great wealth and spending that wealth in order to acquire great wealth. The people who are actually doing things for humanity are the people who receive the monies that they acquired for themselves, and that they are only spending in the hopes of getting more monies for themselves. In other words, the advancements of technology are incidental to the movements of the capitalist pig, dog, swine. They are incidental. Yeah, they happen because someone gave someone who has wisdom, intelligence, passion, creativity, drive, determination, and will the freedom to pursue that by providing them with a living, with a wage. Not by dangling money over their head and saying, if you make me the best battery that can possibly be made, I'll give you money. No, by hiring them and putting them in a situation where they can do what they were going to do anyway, freely. You know, we have geniuses throughout human history, Nikolai Teslas and Einsteins and people, you know, Pythagoras and people who have just, like, they've been far away and above and beyond us all, and they've given gifts to humanity in the form of understanding the nature of our world. And here's the thing. There are thousands of geniuses born every year that are on the level of a Tesla or an Einstein or a Pythagoras. And they are in the fields raising rice right now. They are in the ghetto getting addicted to crack right now. The mines are being born, but the opportunity does not exist. You see, because that's the difference between whether or not an Einstein is an Einstein who we remember or is an Einstein who really, really, really improved the way that their local farm worked. You know, as a farmhand, he looked around and he just saw all the problems and said, we should have the hoe over there and we should do, and you know what, this tool, if we did a little bend in here, it'd be easier on the back, we could work faster. Really, really improved that local farm. Or if you make Einstein someone who has the ability to, has the financial security to pursue his own interests, then you get the Einstein that we had. You know, you get men of academia whose pursuits don't make sense to most people. You know, they start talking about them and they're like, you sound like you're a crazy man. And they're crazy people. But allowed to go down their personal road, they bring back gifts of understanding of the fucking universe. And this truth is the same for all of us. Just on, for what it is that we do, what it is that is our passion, what it is that we have to offer as individuals in this world. And given the opportunity of financial security, we can all pursue our individual passion and come back with something to show for it. But so long as some men have made it their individual passion to blindly seek the personal acquisition of great wealth with no real driving goal other than the personal acquisition of great wealth, what we have now is a situation where some are chosen and some are not. Our Einstein, might have been the dumber Einstein that we could have had, but he was the one who found himself in a position of financial security and was allowed by society, by culture, by his nation, by his world to pursue his interests that sounded ridiculous and fanciful and didn't make any sense to the people around him, generally speaking. But he was allowed to do that, and so we get Einstein's, findings. We get all of that back for humanity for the rest of time. There could have been a far better Einstein, way smarter than Einstein, who was, in Tibet in a rice field, just doing that thing. And man, smartest guy on the farm, that farm did really well while he was alive for 30 or 40 years before he died of cholera. Because, Jesus, he saw right through, his mind just pierced through all the problems of the farm, and he solved them all, lickety-split, he made everything work better. That farm just blew up, thanks to his work on it. But, he had to keep feeding himself and the kids, because he lived in a situation where he had less than what we consider the norm in this side of the world. And the reason that individual, this imaginary individual, had less is because some had more. A lot more. See, when there is a finite amount of resources, including a finite supply of wealth, for one person to have more means that someone else must have less. You cannot be rich without there being poor. And I'm not saying that there cannot be a reasonable disparity between how much one person makes over what another person makes based on what they're doing or based on whatever arbitrary standards we decide to come up with. I'm not a full-blown or a psychotically, I don't acknowledge the realities of the world that we face, socialist. I am the other kind of socialist that acknowledges all of the realities and comes to the conclusion that some people can have some more and some people can have some less, as long as the less is a bottom that doesn't include, the kids can't eat, I don't have food, I don't have a place to sleep, there's no rent. We have a bottom that's like everybody can survive and can freely pursue what it is they're good at or their passion or what they can offer to humanity. And there's the bottom, and then above that bottom, once we establish that, people can make whatever they make to a certain limit, because if we allow you to make more, well, then the bottom has to get deeper, because that's how that works in a limited supply environment, which wealth is, a limited supply environment. If it isn't a limited supply environment, then what you get is inflation and wealth has no meaning, and then the economy doesn't work at all. It is a limited supply, so the more that one individual has is the less than thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of individuals can have. So we limit the amount that one individual can have extra, and then we make sure that everybody has a bare minimum. And in doing so, we negate 95% of crime, violent crime especially. And we don't have to be killing people on death row anymore. We solve all of the problems, and we get all those Einsteins that are in the fields right now, turning over cow patties because they were just born into a situation where they didn't have like someone else had, where you've got, for the people who are always jumping up and down and saying, listen, people need to be rewarded based on what they can do. Well, in this world, what we have right now is a situation where some of the best people, the most capable people are, in Indonesia right now sitting in a Nike factory sewing together a sneaker because they were born in a situation where they didn't have any other opportunity and they need to fucking feed themselves. Meanwhile, you have someone who was born with considerably less potential, who, you know, has been given a whole lot of opportunities because daddy had money, who's gone into, you know, in university right now, and they're actually in a research field, and there's science, and they're, you know, studying this, and they're never going to be a good scientist. Never going to be a good one. Not, like, really good. And meanwhile, there's a dirt farmer, you know, in North Korea right now, who given the opportunity, would fucking, you know, write the artificial intelligence that would save us all. I'm not a big fan of AI, actually, but you get what I'm on about. You get what I'm saying. Like, if your idea is that people need to be rewarded by their ability, well, then that means you need to test people by their ability, not based on what scenario they were born into. And since you can't do that test, what if we just created a society, and in fact a world, where the starting point for everyone was survivable? Not just, like, in fact, not just survivable, but, you know, thrivable. You know, living comfortablyable. And in order to do that, all we need to do is take all the people and the corporations and the organizations that stock up billions and trillions of dollars for themselves each calendar year. The individuals who have all of those resources in their pocketbooks that they can't really do much with. That they certainly can't do anything with alone. The corporations themselves have to do something with that money. They have to hire people who are a lot smarter than they are, than the boardroom is, if they want to actually get something done. People who understand how to do things, as opposed to how to make money off of other people doing things. We take all that money, and we just push it over. And then we can all stand on a higher amount of money. And you can still go ahead and make your $1 million, $2 million a year, and then that'll be it. And if you want any more than $2 million a year, too fucking bad. Because if you have more than $2 million a year, that means somebody's, you know, a single mother somewhere in this world has to fucking decide who eats tonight between her 2 children. So instead of creating a world where that choice has to be made, but where you're allowed to make $2 million a year, we're going to say $1.5 million for you, and then mom and both kids get to eat. And fuck yourself if you think otherwise. That's why we get so angry. Because your economic policies aren't just economic policies that don't really matter. They are classist version of Nazism, where you just decide that some people don't fucking count and they're just fodder and fuck them. You know? To the extent that some of your economic policies literally seem to go out of their way to attack poor people. So yeah. That's why you get so much feedback from the liberal side of the aisle when you start talking about, oh, let's privatize everything, let the free market do whatever the free market fucking wants to. Because you're an idiot. And an idiot left at large, at this scale, and, you know, on a governmental scale, is going to kill a lot of people. He's going to make a lot of people miserable. He's going to turn a lot of people into monsters that have to be executed in systems that shouldn't exist. And yeah. That's why we get so angry, because you're a fucking moron. And if we don't yell at you and make sure that everyone sees us yelling at you, some people might think errantly that you're not a fucking moron and might actually do what you're talking about, which would be bad for all of us. This is an interesting graphic design and programming session, isn't it? We're going to take another live stream break. When we come back, maybe I'll actually program something. Yeah, all right, we'll do it. I'll stick around for it. I'll program, because I was just thinking, well, if I don't continue the live stream, what am I going to do? I'm going to probably program this on my own time. So yeah, we'll stick around, we'll program it. I just like talking. I like ranting, especially about capitalism. And politics, and the things that are objectively fucking stupid that everybody does, that everybody's so into, and have, like, very complicated arguments for, none of which make sense. We're going to take another 7-minute break. When we come back, code or more rants. I don't know, whatever I'm in the mood for. 7 minutes, pawn, not out.
We were born to bring it back, but it's more than basic. It's a portion of his rap, but the core is ancient. It's supported like a pack of some more observations are important, like the fact that we're bored of fake shit. More creative, have the floor, so take it. Travel to the tour is a normal placement. Tattoos on my arm and a form of faith. Yet I battle with the spot up in my morals vacant. Turns out, don't confuse it with a turn up. Ain't a veggie I can see unless you count the burnt blunts. Burn up, I can do this Ric Flair stuff. You consider stir tough, I can never care enough. Care 11 kind of trouble when we're paired up. Apparently the fair started early, grab a bear stuff. My gears, clutch, and motor are all a rare cut. Basically with blood diamonds, ain't that hard to sell us.
My name ain't Nike, but yeah, I rock. You know why? Cause I don't give a fuck. That's why it doesn't matter whether I'm cool or not. Just a taste of the word gives me the gut rock. It's not pop to just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from a rock. Electronica, embezzled by hip hop. Here to kick ass until our heart stops. Hipsters put on their cool shades, and thrifters keep the money they've been paid. And drifters have nothing to say but mind lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
Wait, undeceivable, shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix, it's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby, back out of the kitchen. This is what you love at Wonderful, so daddy, put your bitch. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold, bitchin'. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you've never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing.
Hey!
Doesn't matter if you're cooler.
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
Doesn't matter if you're
Cooler,
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
Doesn't matter if you're
cooler,
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
Doesn't matter if you're
cooler.
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
I carry the club like Neanderthal. The choir got everybody dancing, dog. Yell on that X, I'm a sentinel, standing tall. No time to stand still, please don't meander, dog. They're throwing jazz at me to challenge my rap savvy. I sway like Callaway, I'm ahead, you'll never catch me. Ain't worry about it unless I spit Christmas gifts. My crew lighting up trees, you a screw to this. Menage a Quad, the name of my team supreme. They biting now, so I'm tossing out teaser rings. You said you wanted bling, flossing ain't what you mean. You got baby teeth, though they pulling wisdom from me. Get neutered, respect the shooter of medulla. Give an inch, I'll take 5,280 rulers. Royalty around me and mine, we all sires. Words in Paris, we hot, that's French fire.
Doesn't matter if you're
Cooler,
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
Doesn't matter if you're
cooler,
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
Doesn't matter if you're
cooler,
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
Doesn't matter if you're
cooler.
Hottest in the cortisol, present better lose a box.
Challenge my rap, Swabby, keep the first one.
Do you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy. That looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out.
Now the summer's here, but
for Joey. Still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people and telling them about the good things. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time.
When the morning comes and no one's around, the sun struts in blinding but without a sound. My friends and I laugh as we sit in the dark and watch the hills blossom near Central Park. And as the heat goes up, the cares go down. As the fire gets hot all around the town. Summer's here to start, but it's not too late to feel the need to pollinate.
Mother thinks that's a good idea.
It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to pollinate. It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to go.
Down in the dungeon, I dig like a worm. Grimy and slimy, I slither and squirm. Creepy as a crawling out into my face. But I'm gonna find my way out of this place. Think I'm having a stripping away my soul for the last couple of weeks or so. I think I've been digging a hole. 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 To freedom, I've been digging. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. To freedom, I've been digging.
Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and I fully forgot that I was live streaming. It wasn't that late, though. Just kind of got lost in thought. Yeah, my favorite song playing there. I got lost in thought, thinking about the old brain teaser of, the kid and his dad are driving down the highway and get into a car wreck, and two ambulances arrive to the car wreck, and one of them's from one hospital, one's from the other. It's, they just came as quick as they could, and so the boy's father gets taken to one hospital, the boy gets taken to another hospital. He needs to be rushed into surgery, so they rush him into surgery, and the doctor stands over the boy and looks down and goes, "Oh my God, I can't operate on this boy. He's my son." And how can that be? How can that be? If the father and the boy were in the accident together, and the father was taken to the other hospital, and the boy went to the other hospital, now there's somebody standing over him, doctors, saying, "I can't operate on this boy. He's my son." How is that possible? Quantum? Is it quantum? Is there is Iggy involved? Is that the thing? Is it some kind of quantum leap thing? Is it sliders where they're wormhole travel? A time thing. There's a TARDIS, right? TARDIS involved in this. It's his mom. You fucking dolt. It's his mom. That's a lot longer. Yes, it is on the edge. Talking about top-down economics. It's his mom. His mom was the doctor that was about to operate on the boy. but the societal assumptions about, you know, what nouns are and what gender roles are assigned with certain nouns, and a doctor standing over a boy in a surgical theater, and those who, you know, if your mind doesn't connect with, oh, well, it's his mom, within a couple of seconds, you know, or maybe 15, I'll give you 20, 30, if you don't connect with it, you have to have it explained to you. I was remembering this in part because Aaron did that to Dan on Game Grumps not long ago, probably a month ago, so 2 months ago in their recording screen, but he pitched that to Dan, and Dan just sat there and couldn't come up with the answer. I mean, he's in front of the cameras and the microphone kind of thing, so there's an additional, like, mental block that can come up with something when someone throws you a brain teaser and you're in front of a bunch of people. But, you know, you can't come up with the answer to that. It tells you something about yourself, and that's why it's asked. That's why someone came up with that, was to show you how sexism is real, like racism is real, and it's alive and well in you if you don't find that answer. And it's not your fault. It's not because you're a sexist and you think women should be in the kitchen with their... But it's been trained through just societal patterns and behaviors, and even through language. I mean, I don't know how it works in sort of the Spanish language, where there's like, and French as well, where different objects have different have different gender identities to them, you know? Like, does that make it even worse, the inherent ingrained sexism? I mean, that's exists in English as well, but to a much lesser extent, you know, la or lay in Spanish and stuff like that. It's you know, it's a major thing. Or is it la or el or something? I don't know. It's been years since my Spanish, but you know, the point being that, like, it's ingrained, it's trained, it's taught in you, and so it's a question that's brought up, and if your mind doesn't come to it, it's not supposed to be like, oh, you missed the brain teaser. It's supposed to make you go, oh, Jesus Christ, that's fucking obvious. Of course, the mom is the surgeon. Why can't a mom be a surgeon? Why can't a woman be a surgeon? Why wouldn't I think of that? It's supposed to, like, make you realize, yeah, that is baked in, isn't it? Even if you're not, you know, somebody who thinks that the women should be in the kitchen with the and 87 cents on the dollar is reasonable, and, you know, it's not that big a gap, and all that kind of shit. And it's supposed to show you how it's baked in. And I think I started thinking about that just in relation to the idea that there are people who argue that, no, that's dead. Just like there's people that argue, and I'm about to read your thing on Edge, but about, like, the top-down economics. And, you know, people think that we do actually all start from the same position in the race of life. There are people out there who think, you know, racism is over, sexism is over. It's all, you know, by and gone. So now if you don't succeed, it's all on you, you know? So if you don't, like, make it, you don't make a bunch of money, which, by the way, is the only measurement of success that these people seem to ever come up with. You know, if you don't survive and thrive economically and monetarily, well, that's on you now, because, you know, slavery's over, so racism's over. You know, we're all hip and trendy now, and it's just gone. And if you can't, you know, immediately answer the how could this boy be that surgeon's son when his father was also in the accident and went to another hospital, then that tells you, oh, that shit does exist. It exists in me. And it changes the way that I think and the way I speak and the decisions that I make. You know, I often read articles nowadays that are written using the she pronoun over the he pronoun, you know, where it's being used just to not use the he pronoun, because it is so common for us to imagine a scenario and shove a he in there, you know, just a sample scenario. So imagine somebody's walking down the street and it just goes on. And so I'll read articles these days that have been written that do that imagination and put the she in instead of the he, and it just rakes my brain the wrong way. It hurts to, like, read that, and it feels like, oh, God, why are you trying so hard? Just say he. It's the way people talk, and makes you feel like a 70-year-old, 60-year-old, 70-year-old dude, just like, I'm stuck in my ways and I ain't gonna change anymore, God damn it. Because it really does. It rakes my brain in the wrong way, and the reason it rakes my brain in the wrong way is my brain's been trained for all my life to think in certain terms, to make certain assumptions. And you change those terms, and I sit down and I think about it clear-headedly and go, yeah, you're right, that shouldn't rake my brain that way, or at least, it rakes my brain that way for a reason. It's because I've been trained, but like there's no logical reason. There's no good rational reason to use he instead of she in an imaginary scenario where you're creating characters, but it's what we do. Why do we do that? Why do I imagine a scenario and start talking about a doctor and say, and then, then he says, why is it gotta be he says? Why not she says? We don't start the race at the same point. Women don't start the race at the same point that men do. White men don't start the race at the same point that black men, Hispanic men, and Asian men, and Islamic, and we don't start the race at the same point. I know you'd like to think that it'd make it far more convenient for you to invent, your top-down economics concepts there where everyone is rewarded equally based on their amount of contribution, but that is not true. Not only do we not start at the same point, we don't all get the same opportunities even if we did start at the same point. If you start the race at the same point, some people are gonna fucking win the lottery. Some people are going to get luckier for reasons that make no sense. Even if it weren't based on gender lines or color lines, someone's going to apply to a university and there's going to be just one slot left for the big scholarship, and they're going to have two incredibly good, resumes that are just, they're equal in every way possible, and at the end of the day, a choice has to be made, and even if you flip a coin or just and pick one, someone got lucky. And that's before you consider the possibility that someone might like the name Laura more than Dave, or vice versa. And it won't be about gender things, it'll just be, I like blue more than I like red. But, and they won't even know that that's coloring their choice, but they've got the two in front of them, they seem equal in every rational way, and then they have to make a decision, and they pretend to make one without any standards, but internally, they've decided, it's got an L in it. I've always been a fan of L and the alliteration of Their brain has made that decision because they've been trained by society, by just behaviors, by, experiences. Even if we all started the race at the same point, some people are more fortunate than others once they start running. Some people are going to trip on a stone that wasn't in the way of the other runner, that the other runner didn't even have to look for to be, another runner could be blindfolded and run the race absolutely perfectly, and then a runner who's looking around could not see the thing that trips them up, and they break their leg, and then they're out of the race. But before you acknowledge that, you can create a system where everyone just gets rewarded equally for what they participate, what they give, what they have to offer. How about if it's just a village, and we acknowledge that everyone is worthwhile, everyone has a worth, and that everyone should be treated with common fucking human decency and with enough civility to say, you know what, you have a right to survive. It's shocking that from the conservative end of politics tend to come both the idea that human life is sacred and so abortions should be off the table because the moment that a sperm hits an egg, there's a fucking human being there, and that is sacred, and we need to preserve that, and it's murder if you do it any other way. And then as soon as the fucking kid hits the air out of the vagina, now, he has to prove and earn, she has to prove and earn her worth and everything else. Now, there was an inherent value to them before they were born, but as soon as they're out of the womb, now it's based on your income. How much money can you make? We'll give you a couple of years to get up off the ground, maybe grow a couple of inches, feet, whatever, develop some reproductive organs, but after that, you're on your own, and you got to prove what your value is, and if you don't, then, you're not worth our time or our interest, and capitalism will write you off. The top-down economy will write you off, because your life isn't worth. Just interesting that you can come up with those two seemingly opposed mentalities in the same mind, I'd stand here and say, yes, okay, human life is sacred, so let's make sure that every human life gets a fucking chance. That everybody gets, not only a chance to start, but a chance to live every single day of their life. It is within our means, it is within our capabilities, it is within our technology to provide every single human being across the surface of the earth with the ability to survive and even be comfortable, at the very least. at the very least. And then anything above and beyond that, we can reward however we see fit. That would be where I would assume the idea that life is sacred and abortion is wrong would naturally go to. But somehow it naturally goes to, once you're out of the womb, you know, you make it or you fucking Darwin out of existence. You're not my concern anymore. I'm protecting embryos here. This is about embryonic life, not human life. Preborns, not borns. So on to Edge. Said, top-down economics is also flawed at a most basic economic level. The concept that giving tax breaks to large corporate entities would encourage job growth is asinine. A company making hundreds of millions to billions of dollars a year is already capable of growing to meet market demand and cornering as much of the market as possible to maximize profits already incentivizes them to do so. If you hand them more money, they would not hire people who have nothing to do within the company. And then it was too long to fit on the page. Yeah, it doesn't, in fact, in the, modernizing technological world, the more resources that a large corporation has at the end of the year to spend on upgrades and expansion turns into less jobs because computers and robotics, and we don't need people anymore. And if I've got an extra $100 million to build a factory that only requires 6 people to work in it, then I can put 200 people out of work, and then 3 years from now, I'll have made back the money that I lost in the, building of the robotics plant, and then I'll be making way more money every year because I don't have to pay these people. I just got to pay somebody to keep the robotics up. Fucking cool. So yeah, that doesn't work from a million different angles, and also just the idea of, like, people, if they don't have work, then what? Then what? And which I suppose is why everybody's so focused on, job creation in American politics. We're going to create more jobs, more jobs, more jobs. And that's cool, but you can't fight against, like, gravity on this thing. We have technology. Technology keeps advancing and developing, which means that there are going to be less and less unskilled jobs because unskilled labor can very often be automated. And once it's automated, the initial costs are high, but once it's automated, you save money on manufacturing, you make more money, you have less overhead and less problems and difficulties in your, supply chain and everything, when you don't have employees doing something that machines can do. So that's the gravity that you have to contend with. So, what do you do, hot shot, to solve that? And what I would say is you make sure that no one is forced to do unskilled labor. There's still going to be unskilled labor jobs, and there's still going to be people who need work experience. There's still going to be kids who need their first taste in the world and that kind of thing. But you make a world, you plan to make a world anyway, you do your best, where everyone gets enough education so that the robots can do the unskilled labor, the things that people don't need to be doing anymore because technology has caught up to it. And you make sure that those young people coming into the world, coming out of education, have come out of the world with an education that is greater than the generation before them, so that their options are larger, so that they can do shit like this and not, be confounded by it. They can look at this code. They can look at a circuit board, since, we are going the technological route here in our extended game of Civ 5. Like, you have to keep the people up to the rate of technology. Otherwise, you end up in a fucking dystopian future. You end up in, what's the Harrison Ford movie that they remade recently with and he's got the gun, and the gun's got the, like, 3 chambers on it or something like that, and the Blade Runner. You end up in a Blade Runner future where, it's science, very advanced and everything, but it's advanced, and basically the lower you get toward the bottom of the street in the world that's full of high-rises, it's, fucking, to draw another pair, Judge Dredd. I actually liked the Judge Dredd movie, which makes me weird. What's his name? Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd movie. I thought it was fun. I thought it wasn't as good as Demolition Man, but it had the same sort of smell of it. I liked it. I like Demolition Man a lot. That's a great movie. But you end up in that society where, yeah, everything's technologically advanced, but everything's shit. For the people for whom it's shit. For the people, maybe 20th floor and up, it's okay. And then the higher you get, oh, it's great. But that comes from not bringing the society with the technology, not valuing human beings. It comes from a top-down economy where everyone has to prove their worth before you give them shit. And until or unless, even if, as I say, even if we all started the race at the same, line, people are going to trip at random rates decided by Newtonian physics. People are going to break their legs and not get as far as others. People are not going to be as fast as runners because they have, different lung capacities. They have medical conditions. They have whatever. They're just better at walking than running. They're better at sitting. They're better at thinking than they are jogging. There's going to be differences amongst humanity. But certainly, especially doubly, triply, quadruply so, in a society where we definitely don't all start at the same, line in the run, where women are thought lesser than men. Well, no, they're not. Nobody thinks women are lesser. Okay, women are treated lesser than men. There is an assumptive, societally trained conditioning that makes you say he instead of she when you're imagining a doctor. In that world, where women are less than men, blacks are less than whites, Hispanics are wherever they fall on the spectrum, Muslims are, God forbid, if you were born one of those in this era. In that world, quadruply fucking ridiculous to suggest that people be rewarded or provided with this or that based on what they produce or accomplish. When you have all of those checks against you, and then the people who you're competing with in the race, were given fucking steroids before they even started running, just hyped up, and you're ready to go. All right, go. And by the way, here's some fucking roller skates so you could really take the downhills fast. And meanwhile, you people, here's some fucking, here's a backpack full of 50 pounds of bricks for you. What are you? You're black? Here's like a ball and chain to just sort of drag along with you. What are you? You're a woman? Okay, well, all right, you can just go run, but I'm not going to give you the roller skates. Who else is coming in? In the world that we actually have, quadruply fucking ridiculous. Robots don't need sick days, says Gohan. It's true. Maternity leave, that's true. End of year bonuses, vacation leave, raises, HR, payroll. That's right. They don't need any of that. They also don't get they'll break down, but they don't get injured on the job and sue your ass. They don't come down with a disease and then, put in and say, I'm ill now and can't work, and I got ill while working for you, and the disease is related, so you're going to have to pay me, my wage while I'm ill, which may be forever because I might not get bad. You're not going to get any of those things with a robot. Just got to fix the robot. So what if, instead of trying to create jobs by giving giant corporations that already have massive amounts of money, more money in order to create more facilities that require less human workers, what if, instead of that, we focused on the idea of educating the generations that we have currently that are coming up to be able to program, operate, repair, and invent entirely new wondrous technological machines? What if we focused on making sure that everyone from shore to shore, and in fact from end of world to end of what's from longitude to longitude, it's starting at the same one going in a different direction, the entire world, what if we focused on making sure that everybody's education gave them the opportunity to, do anything, and then also put them in a position where they have the economic freedom to pursue their particular interest. Their interest, their whatever it is that they have a genius for, a knack for, whatever it is that's, however they can best serve humanity, but more so however they can best, do what they're going to do anyway. Because it's way better to have a mechanic who loves tinkering on cars than it is to have a mechanic who thought that there was some money in it and it's just a day job. In terms of the car that you're going to get back from the mechanics, how it's going to come back to you, what's going to be broken and what's going to be fixed, whether or not, he's going to have noticed, or when he noticed, she noticed or given a shit when she noticed that your, muffler was hanging by a thread. And, you know, could have just put a little U-bolt on there and you would have been fine, but it's just a fucking day job. Or I actually enjoy working on cards, so I see that and I go, oh, cool. You know, it's going to fall. I mean, I got a U-bolt over here. Don't worry about it. $2 on my, I'll eat it. Because she enjoys what she's doing, see? You get a world that's better for the people living in it, that treats everyone better, that it just works out better. It's just a better world, isn't it? For everyone, for you, for everyone else, all the way around. You say, but in that world, I can't make $100 million for myself. And I say, that's right. You can't make $100 million for yourself. I'll let you have 1.5. I'll give you 2 million. 2 million is maximum if you really, really struggle for it. If your whole goal in life is just to make money, you can make $2 million per year. Per year. That's enough money. Let's just do a calculator here. By my current, like, costs of living yearly on 6 Mile in Detroit, let's say they're about $8,500 a year. It's probably maybe a little bit more. Probably a little bit more. I wouldn't say less than that, but you know, somewhere around there. Let's say $8,500 a year. So if it's $8,500 a year, and I'm going to give you 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and I live on $8,500, why that is $235,294. Wow. Wait a second. Let me do like 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. It's just 2 million. 2 million. Oh, well, there's got to be a 2 there. 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Divided by my 800 and... Wait, what did I say my income is per year? So it's 8,500? Okay, 235 people who could have barely survived, and I'll give you that income per year. You'll be allowed to make the income of 235 people just barely keeping their head above water. And if that's not enough, go fuck yourself. That's where I come from on that. That's not enough. I want more. Fuck you. Fuck you. I want more. Well, you don't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you still aren't going to get what you want. You're $2 million per year? You're fine, man. You could pay 220 people living wage and still be comfortable on your own. That's not enough for you. Fuck you. Go jump off a fucking bridge. We don't need you. We would be better off without you. You don't care about 200 other people who you're fucking over by having, you know, an excess. I want more than $2 million a year. If you don't care about all those people, then jump off a bridge. We don't need you. We don't need you. You are dragging us down. There are 200 people in this world, 235 people precisely, in this world who would get by better till tomorrow if you were at the bottom of that river. Jump. Go ahead and jump. That's where I'm coming from, you know, which isn't like literal physical advice. I'm not telling you to actually do that. I'm saying that's how I feel about you. If you're, you know, somebody who's going to complain, oh, $2 million a year, just $2 million? Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. You could literally buy yourself a small private jet per year, couldn't you? Can't you get a jet for like 1.5 mil or something like that? Isn't that about what a jet costs? Maybe 750,000 for like one of the cheaper kind of crappy ones, the kinds that the preachers on TV, the capitalist preachers, you know, the ones who need the jet in order to better spread God's word. Isn't that about what they spend? Like 750,000 on private aeroplane, jet plane. You could buy 2 jets a year and still have $500,000. And that's not enough for you. Go fuck yourself. Just go fuck yourself. We are run by old white men, both in government and industry, all at the head of a capitalist society where personal gain is king. So nothing's changing till till they pass on, of natural causes. Natural 7.62 millimeter rounds from the grassy knoll. You forget the government takes 30% of it in taxes, Mr. Macy. 2 million on 30%. No, I'll let you make the 2 million. You can't make any more than that. Like the 2 million would be, you'd have to actually make 2.6 million, and then we take the 30%. And then you'd have the 2 million. Anything above 2 million you can't keep. $2 million is a lot of fucking dollars. that you can live on. You can take care of your kids. You can give everybody who you care about the best that you can possibly give them while ignoring all of the other people that also need things just the way that you choose to, if you so choose to, in your economic philosophy. You can do all those things and have still nothing really to complain about. But I'm sure you will. What is going on with Live Split right now? Because it says that it's like... There we go. Okay. So it's off screen. It keeps the program running right now without doing weird things if I have Live Split open and the server active, so I keep it on. So programming we were going to do. Programming. Now that we've solved all of society's ills with the most sensible solution that's ever, been proposed, it's new. I just came up with it. I'm going to call it socialism. It's about, not pretending like certain people are zombies, and so you can just chop their heads off with impunity. That's the concept, basically, underneath them. That you can't just write certain people off because you arbitrarily decided what success is, and they didn't live up to your definition of success, and so fuck them. That's the philosophy backing behind this thing. Give it a try. See how it works out. Couldn't be any worse. How does my gun know the emotional availability of the guy I'm pointing it at? Says Nobit. Good question. Good question. That's why we design systems that don't require us to know your emotional availability. We design them for, the people who have no emotional availability. So we were going to turn my new design, which Dramasian, hello, and also Gohan, have you seen this? This is the new design. Remember, it looked like this. Now it's going to look like this. And also, optionally, if you want to, go into the configs, I'm probably going to end up providing you with an alternate skin that looks like this. Because it's sleek and hot, and it's also boring, and I don't like it, and it's just not... It's not fun. It doesn't invite me. When I look at this, I'm happy. Those colors make me happy to see those colors. And to see the different, rubbery kind of texture thing going on the plastic. And then this one is just it's cold, modern technology. And that makes it look sexy and hot. But I don't want sexy and hot. I want fun and interesting.
All Star Trek head out.
So I've gone with the circa 1984 design, which is what I'm calling it down here. I can't scroll up enough for you to see it, but it's under there. You just can't see it. It's behind chat. So I'm going to take that design. We're going to make it into, the program now, or at least the basics. We'll get the backgrounds and the buttons working. So the background, first, if we take our design and just start peeling away layers until we get what we want out of it. We don't want the LEDs yet. No, those will be positioned manually. The settings button, yeah, but we don't want the word... Do we want the word settings on it? No, we don't. In fact, we don't want the... Yeah, we'll have the settings button, but without the word settings, I suppose. The alternate would be for me to just take all of that stuff off like that, but I didn't really, design it that way. So I'm just gonna leave the buttons in place for the background image. So in circa 1984, what do we got? We got the top buttons group. Those will need to go away. Yes, you'll be minimized. The speakers are going to come with us. Handles, that's the mouse over for that one. That's what it's going to look like when you press it, or when you're mousing over it. So that doesn't need to be visible. The settings text can go away then. The handles themselves are going to stick around. The split RP is going to stick around. I think that's the background image. And you will note, by the way, if you look closely, that there is a latch here. There is a little port on the bottom into which these things are coming and going out of. And when you look at it, you can kind of see that it implies there's a little plastic flap that's been flapped out a bit. I did all of the things. We will grab this, and by the way, for those of you who are just showing up, the screen design started at that. I started with that as sort of, this could be like the general idea of what I want to do, and I ended up with this. Give me the region tool, and let's get ourselves a selection. In fact, if I just selected, Control-T, if I just selected that, that would get me the selection boundaries that I want, and then I will copy the visible. I will paste it into a new image. Shift-Control-V, okay. So there's our background. And that's going to stand as just the background.
刘哥马尔
You got mail. Do I have mail? Did somebody mail me? Make the settings icon a gear wheel. What, like in the past design? That's the current design, is the settings icon as a gear wheel. No. So that's the thing. If I save it, export this as under cluster trick splitter UI. I won't delete the old background, I guess. We'll just call it new. Call it new, new bg.png. There we go, we've got that saved. The other things that we're going to need in order to make this come together are going to be the buttons themselves, the LEDs themselves, that kind of stuff. So if I get the top button group back up, then I can select the top button groups. Yes. What I want to do actually is I want to take a square cut of what's visible on this. Yeah, because that's how it's going to be taken in by Tkinter's stuff. So we will copy the visible for the minimize button, and we'll paste it as a new image. So that's in there. We'll come back immediately. We'll drag it over to this guy. I'm getting everything, right? There's no shading that I need to pick up? Nope. And then we will copy the visible of you as well. And I will paste you into a new image. I got those two images now. The other thing that I'm going to want is the various states of the top button group. So under the top button group, if I take these off and put these on, it's very slightly different. It's just that. When you mouse over, it's just going to do that to insinuate that you're starting to push the button, because you'll see in a moment where it actually goes. So if I then copy this visible, and I come back over here and I paste you as a new layer, then I'll have that layer in the things, and it's in the same place. And then we'll grab the minimize button in the same fashion, copy the visible, paste, actually just paste it over here as a new layer, and then here's the final position of these buttons, which I really like. It's whatever. They're down. They're like being pushed in from one side is the thing, and I like it. Interesting that was at a different position than when I had them up here. And they're slightly different size even. The design is good anyway. It looks right when we zoom out on it, so I'm not going to question it. I think it's because there's more shadow on the others, but this one doesn't have that bottom line of shadow anymore because it's supposed to be down. So because it's down, it's casting less of a shadow, so yeah. So you, and then I will paste you into here as a new layer. Sorry, I didn't actually copy the visible. Edit, copy visible, paste. I was just copying from the layer, and that I do not need. I need the actual fully visible thing, and then we'll drag this one over to here, and we'll grab you, copy. I wonder if that's going to be in the... Yeah, it is. Okay. Copy the visible, and paste you over here as a new layer, and that's all the button states that we've got that we can save when we're done here. But yeah, check it out from a distance. Isn't that nice? It's like, I'm going for like a 80s kind of technology theme that's been merged with modern technology, and I liked it. I liked it. You got mail, AOL. Is this a Tom Hanks, Meg, what's her name? Something she was always with Meg Hanks, Tom Brokaw movie. Is it one of those? Meg, what's her name? She's in all of them. Right back to Joe versus the Volcano, which was the best of them. The best of all of them. So that's all their buttons. Meg Ryan, that's it. Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan. Thank you. That would have not bothered me at all, because I don't get bothered by things I can't remember. That would be very troubling for a fellow who has CFS. Yeah, I'll leave them in the button. No, I'll leave them like that. That's the usual state. They're soft, rubbery kind of buttons. That's what they're made to look like. If I have to explain it, then apparently I didn't do a good job. The next thing is the handles. Put the settings text in here, and this is going to have to be big as the whole rectangle. So it's going to have to be all of that and a bag of chips, if you can afford the bag of chips. It depends on, you know, who's in charge of your society, honestly. Whether it's a top-down economy. And then we'll paste that as a new image. New image of that all put together, and then we need the top, or the pressed version of that, which is as such. Copy its visible, and paste it over here. And then we've got those two states. Pushing, not pushing, for that guy. Anything else in this design that needs to be buttonified? These two buttons, that button, nope. No, everything else is going to happen within the screen, and I haven't designed what the screen area is going to look like, because I think that design is going to be probably, I'll at least start it. I'll get an idea of what, at the very least, I'll get an idea of what is going to be possible with Tkinter. Like, what's going to look good in Tkinter, because it's going to be, you know, the stuff in here is going to be generated. So there's only so much I can do in image world here in GIMP for that. But that should be all of the images that we need presently. So we will start cranking them out. File, export. You're going to be under UI. Thank you. You will be the min button, which we've already got a min, so it'll be new min active. New min A. And then MO. New min. Just use the full word spawn. New min active. Just thinking about saving myself some line space when I'm typing later. So that's for that one. This will be the new min hover. Export you as new min hover. And then this will be the new min, just new min. Now put you, and then we'll do the same for this guy. Export you as under UI. You're going to be the new X. Is that what I called it? Was it just X? Yeah, it was just X. So I'll call you new X. New X, active. This will be when you're actually pressing it. It'll be this pushed down vision. And then this will be the mouse over. Export as new X MO for mouse over. And then the last one will be just new X. X gonna give it to you. Nah to the ah to the no, no, no. I realize, like, the genius of that song, that nah to the ah, it's, what is it? It's just no, right? By Meghan Trainor. Ooh, another Meg. Meghan Trainor. Nah to the ah to the no, no, no. My name is no. My sign is no. My number is no. You need to let it go. You need to let it go. You need to let it go. Nah to the ah to the no, no, no. That song, the brilliance of it is that it rips off Britney Spears at the same time that it rips off who did that? DMX? DMX? Is that right? I mean, when he said X gonna give it to you, he was talking about himself, and himself would have been, is it DMX? Was that the name of the dude? But it's like, it's the same thing. First we gonna rock, then we gonna roll, then we make it hot. Roll with it, go with it, go? Something like that. X gonna give it to you. He gonna give it to you. Nah to the ah to the nah, nah, nah. My name is no. My sign is no. X gonna give it to you. It's got the meter, it's got the delivery, it's got the punch and everything. It's like, I appreciate it. I actually like it. And I appreciate, like, how smart it is in stealing two really highly memorable, like, lines, musical lines, that are proven, that work, that are good. They just hit you. They get inside their earworms, both of them, and they feel good. And stole the one from Britney Spears, and the other from DMX. Is that what it is? DMX? Just seems wrong when I'm saying it. Is that right? Because I'm, it's not run DMC, but it's just maybe that's why I'm doing DMX. This is not DMX. So you're going to be new settings, and you're just the normal one. So new settings, and then you will be new settings MO. My name is no, my sign is no, my number is no. You need to let it go, need to let it go, need to let it go. Nah, I'd like to do that as a cover. Just put the two of them together, do the mashup and show and put actually all three of them together because you'd have the na to the ah, and then you could also do the toot 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 toot. Like, that is a Britney Spears
so
thing.
cute and this in kids so sweet how you let your friends encourage you to try and talk to me but let me stop you there. Oh, before you speak na to the a to the. No, my name is no, my sign is no, my number is no, you need to let it go, you need to let it go, need to let it go na to the a to the. No, my name is no, my sign is no, my number is no, you need to let it go, you need to let it go, need to let it go na to the a to the. No.
Yes. Yes. I think it's so cute. I think it's so sweet. I can't do it that high because she goes even higher there. So it's I think it's so cute, and I think you're so sweet. I let your friends encourage you to try and talk to me, but let me stop you there before you speak. Nah to the ah to the now. I love that intro too. I love an intro like that. It's just gospel-y kind of. It's good. It's good. It's good music. I appreciate it, even being stolen, and more so because a lot of its things are stolen. It's just heavily influenced to the point of robbery, but it's brilliant. I like it. So what are we doing right now? I have no fucking idea. We're singing. What am I doing? I shouldn't be in this mode anyway. I'm blocking so much of the screen. I need to go to the lazy game mode where I'm tiny and you can see more. So we need to change the size of things because the size of this window is going to match the size of the background image, which is 207 by 384. So the window itself, when called into existence, is going to be 207, still 384. So we're just changing the 207s here. You're different. You're a different window. Yeah, so I don't change you. That's the background size. Here's I was going to say, I've changed one but not the other, because you need to do the window and the background size. So we've changed the window. Background size is now going to be new bg.png. The buttons and things are going to have to be positioned. And actually, if we reload it right now, yeah, it's back there. You trust me, it's back there in that jumbled mess. All the buttons are still overlaid where they usually were, and everything's in the wrong positions and all, but it's still back there, I promise you. So that's interesting. Oh, because that's the blackness of the screen, right? So now we'll start moving things around. First thing is that we are not going to need some of these in the new version. So if I go down past the settings window instantiation, that's a lot of settings window stuff. The X and the min will be new X and new X MO. In fact, I'll just copy the word new so that I can just stick it in front of these things. New min and new min MO. Those are still going to exist. They will need to be repositioned, but the folder button will not need to exist yet. I will have to remake it later, and it will call the self.load file and everything. I'll just put it all back when I need it. The load button, the load skin, none of those things need to be. The config stuff is going to be replaced. So I will be doing that. Now the UI is going to be, you're going to be new settings. Ooh. Shouldn't have named it that, but I have, so we deal with it. And then new settings MO. And this, in my head, is actually now going to not be a... Well, yeah, that is a skinnable, but the config button itself is no longer going to be a pushable, it's just going to be a clickable. So it's going to do a mouse over thing when you mouse over it, but when you click it, it's just going to fire instantly, because it's just opening a window up and, open it and close it. If you accidentally click on it, just click it again, it's fine. First, you're going to say... You ain't running game, thinking I'm believing every word. Call me beautiful, so original, telling me I'm not like other girls. Oh yeah, first you gonna say, you ain't running game, thinking I'm believing every word. Call me beautiful, so original, telling me I'm not like other girls. I was in my zone before you came along, now I'm thinking maybe you should go. Blah, 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 I be like, nah to the I to the no, no, no. All my ladies, listen up. If that boy ain't giving up, lick your lips and swing your hips, girl. All you gotta say is, my name is, no, my sign is, no, my number is, no. I thought you were putting up, like, Jermaine, now go get the song X Gon Give It To You, and give me a verse and a chorus of that. Because they go over each other so well when you get to the chorus anyway. First we gonna rock, then we gonna roll, then we make it stop. Go for it, go. X gonna give it to you, he gonna give it to you. Nah to the I to the no, no, no. What am I doing? I don't know. Just click the button. Did things work? They did a little bit. So the buttons are the wrong size, but they are doing the mouse over animation, and this is in very much the wrong position, and I don't think it's doing the mouse over for some reason. Whatever. We will, figure it out as we go. The other thing that's not going to have to be there anymore is the status label. It will come back later, but not for now. The frames per second majigger, that's also going to be inside the thing, so I'll leave that because that's actually receiving commands and stuff. I don't want to delete that one. The file label, yes, don't need that anymore either. That will allow us to see more of what's underneath here, and it will break it. Status label being gone, the status label is receiving signals and things. So if I just were to make a status label, well, put it up here. You could just Control Z. Yeah, but I already deleted a bunch of stuff. So self dot status label. Yeah.
Grer. Yeah, don't get it twisted, this rap shit is mean a motherfucker. It's not a fucking game. Fuck what you heard, it's what you harin, it's what you harin. Listen, it's what you harin. Listen, it's what you harin. Listen, X gon give it to ya, fuck wait for you to get it on your own, X gon deliver to ya, knock knock. Open up the door. It's real with the non-stop pop pop and stainless steel go hard, getting busy with it.
Did she stop? She stopped. Arf arf, yeah, grr, yeah. Don't get it twisted, this rap shit is mine, motherfucker. It's not a fucking game. What you heard, it's what you hear, and it's what you hearing. I think this is probably all intro before he starts really, let's see. X gonna give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. Oh, fuck, wait for you to get it on your own. X gonna deliver it to you. X gonna deliver to you. Knock, knock, open up the door. It's real with the non-stop pop, pop, and stainless steel. Go hard, getting busy with it. But I got such a good heart, I'll make a mother... Okay. Let's start positioning and things, or at least getting the sizes right. So the size of this is 22 squared. So that'll be the same for both of you guys on the... X gonna give it to you. E gonna give it to you. Nah to the I to the no. I need the min in the other thing. Settings, dip, that's for settings. No. Down here. So the new X and the width and height, you're 22, I said squared. Is that right? 22 on each of you. And then in terms of position, you will be positioned starting right there, which will be 176 by 15. So that's for the min, not the X. 176 by 15. And then for the X, 201 by 15. So the X will be 201 by 15, and then if I restart it, okay, I have fucked that up bad. What did I do? What did I do? Did I take position instead of... No, 201 by 5. What are you being attached to? Self. 20... Did I just get the numbers wrong? What did I do? Oh, because you're not actually right. It's not in the corner. I'm a dingus. Let's take it and get it all in the corner then, so that my measurements are in fact accurate. Ding, ding, like that. So then, how far are you in? You are 154.2, and you are 179. 154 and 179. So 179.2, 154. 2. Start you up. You're both in the places. Okay, that if I click, I'm not getting them out. Oh, I didn't add it. So you know, considering the fact that you're never really going to see either of these when you're clicking them, I might just go from MO, just make it go straight to active, because I really want to show off the cooler work that I did
パ
on
ロ
the
ディーソン
graphics.
グラビッツ。ラストアソングオブラビッツアフ ARFA イェイェイ。ブラー。Find it if I'm assisted my rabbit it's mine it is my 文 a call it by it's name it ain't absurd. It's disappearing it's disappearing. Bitten it's disappearing. Beaten it's disappearing. Missing.
I do not know a parody song of rabbits, just a song of rabbits. Arf, arf, yeah, yeah, grr, find it. If I'm assisted, my rabbit, it's mine, it's my bunna. Call it by its name, it ain't absurd, it's disappearing, what? Is this a parody of, DMX? Is it DMX, by the way? Was I right about that? And I've just been... There's a parody in there somewhere for my name is Noah and my sign is Noah. I didn't notice that on Badge. I like that. It is DMX. Okay. So it's DMX. And that's a parody song of DMX's. So, just a song of reference. Okay. So the buttons are in there now, and it is showing off my, my little, I don't know if they look the way that I intended them to look, but I like it. I'm going with it. It's fun, it's cute, it's its own kind of thing. It works. You minimize, you maximize, you close, it closes. Open it back up. What else we got here? Didn't find new settings MO. Oh, because I said new nettings MO. So make new settings MO. And now that one's working, but it does need to be the appropriate size and placement. So back over to GIMP. Zoom back out, zoom in over here, and the size and placement is going to be, it's that on the size, 127 by 357 is the placement, so, 127 by 357, only have to change one number in each of those, and then the height and width and height is 80 by 27, so width is going to be 80, height 27, reload, and there you go. It's working. Now we need to move the, if I hit the settings button, yeah, it's working all right. I need to move this up to the place where it's supposed to be, which I could do visually, but I've got the thing here. I can just measure it. I can find out right here, right now, that I want the top of this one to be at precisely and no more 207 by 34. So the settings window will be loaded at 207 and 34. What? 27 and 34 down, which that's the background. Placement of the childable window. Height, width. It's... Okay, so it's actually going to be U minus nothing, and then 34. So it's the width of this, and then 34. And I do want to change this, because right now it comes out completely. That looks fine. It actually looks really cool, doesn't it? Really cool. Get the stuff down from behind it so we can see it in sort of its native state there. Yeah. I was thinking of taking like 1 pixel off of this edge so that it looks like it's a little bit more embedded still. I guess it really doesn't matter, and it'd be, you know, a couple of lines of code that I don't necessarily need to change. Cool. So the image is there, the mouse overs and hovers are all working. I click on it, it pops in and out. Be nice to have an active state for that button. When you click it, it does something, but it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary at this point. So let's make this fit into the area that we've got to work with, and in fact into a specific or a smaller area than we've got to work with, because I don't want it to fit everything, and it'll just be a for now kind of thing, but let's get it in there anyway. So it will be, in terms of width and stuff, I guess I can take those measurements from the screen. The screen is actually that, but it's 1 pixel on either side bigger. Can I just take the, of the screen, just take this area, turn the threshold way the hell down, and just take the inner area like that without getting the exteriors? Yep, that's fine. I don't need this. I'll take it if you'll give it to me without taking those selections, and you did. Okay, so that's going to tell us our width and height as well as our position. Why are you bigger than the... Sorry? Okay, I don't know. But the selected area is the selected... There we go.
So leave it go, I want my fuzzy bunny, pet my fuzzy bunny, want my fuzzy bunny, pet my fuzzy bunny.
So leave it go, I want my fuzzy bunny. Pet my fuzzy bunny. I want my fuzzy bunny. Pet my fuzzy bunny. Okay. So that's going to give us, over here, we're looking at 162 by 288 for the size, and 21 by fuck. 21 by fuck. So if we set the space that's going to be receiving the grid work, which is where in here? How did I even put that together? So this is settings window stuff. So below that, text labels, it'll be the scrollable pane window, and this will be width. So the width is going to be 162. The height is going to be 288, but we want like 30 off of that. You know what? For now, we'll just fill the whole area. 288. The size of the scroll bar isn't going to change, although it might have to in the final design. It's a little bit big for now, but we'll leave it. What else needs to change? The positioning of it is going to start at 21 on the X and 47 on the Y, and then if we restart, we get that. Scroll bar is kind of missing. It's like the scroll bar is not in the pane, or just didn't get generated. Oh, because we don't need one. We don't need one. And because this is precisely as long as it needs to be? Yeah. So if this is 162 across, and I go to where I generate the bars and things, checklist, no. Label checkbox, no. Is it down here then? Load patterns. So down here, if I tell it that the width of this is also... Shit, I didn't copy it. Is it 164? 162. Then we should get it to come all the way across. And yeah, at time of present, we actually don't need the vertical scroll bar. That is all of the things. That's all of the places. So if I minimize again, It looks so good with the scroll bar. You know what? I'm going to force the scroll bar to appear. So the scroll bar would be, forcing the scroll bar to appear will happen here. I'll scroll bars equals, comma. We will true this one, we'll false, no, that's horizontal. We'll false this one, we'll true this one, and then we'll not auto it at all. We'll just tell it, I don't want a horizontal, but I do want a vertical scroll bar. And boom, I got a vertical scroll bar, and the color looks awful. It's absolutely awful. You know what? Let's just have it be automatic. What if we just had it be automatic? How about that instead? Just did automatic. So the idea here is that one line at the top, or, you know, like the top space will have the load stuff in it. And it will look not like this. It will look like a, you know, display. And I'm thinking like a pixelated kind of a display, you know. It's a small tablet is what we're going for here. So it'll be a darkly colored background with some pixely looking, old looking, look stuff. But the load bar that we took out, that will be in the screen. The status bar will be in the screen. We also need, what I didn't grab, we're going to need sooner or later, is the LEDs. So let's get the LEDs in here and start grabbing the ones that look good, which is everything but the red one. The red one I'm not sure on. The red one. How many is that? That's 10 by 10? Cool. Edit. Copy visible. Yeah, it's gonna inherit like the... It's fine, it's barely visible anyway, regardless of where I place it. I was thinking it's gonna inherit the pattern texture of this stuff behind it. That's fine. I mean, it's just at the corners. It's going to be for literally 1 pixel that you can see a difference. And it is at a pixel level. So paste you as a new image. We've got a green LED image. And then do that for all of the others except for red, or I guess including red until I come up with a better red. I just can't seem to get the red to look the way that I want it to. It just doesn't look bright enough. To my eye anyway. There's the blue. And we'll grab the yellow. Are you... Yep. Copy visible. Paste you over here. And then let's get some off. Copy visible. Just paste. And then back over here, and I will grab the red. Red is a hard one to make look bright. Copy visible. Paste. Yep. Make you a new layer. Oh, did I overwrite the yellow? Shit. Copy it again. And then here, paste, make a new layer. Because I didn't. So let's do red, yellow, green, blue. It's just the right order. Oh, you guys can't see it anyway. Just sorting things over here. Underneath chat. So file, export in UI as LED off, and then export as LED red. Guess what I'm going to call this one? Guess. See if you can figure it out. Did you think it was going to be Ye for Low? You're a winner. Chicken dinner for all of you who figured that out. You know, be honest in the chat there. Don't just say that you figured it out when you didn't figure that it was going to be Ye for Low. Green. And brew. Okay. So now we've got all the LEDs exported as well. Let's put them in places. So which LEDs, because without the LEDs, it really does look like there's something missing in the design, and also without like the screen reflection, it doesn't look hot, it doesn't look sexy, it doesn't look great, but it will it'll get there. And that's just so cool. It's got a little something sticking out the side, which makes it look weird and its own sort of a thing. Oh, if I could do a drop shadow on this, it'd be even better. But I mean, it would be a drop shadow on the area surrounding it. And that's... I could, actually, couldn't I? I could, at the very least, do a 1 pixel line of black to act as a drop shadow along the left and bottom edge of that, the bottom edge of this, and then you wouldn't see it over here anyway. It's fine. It's fine, or it's not. One of those two things. But I can't do like a fuzzy see-through drop that shadow because Tkinter not support any of the things that I'm doing right here. It's a library built on Tkinter. You keep talking it down, but it's made this possible. Yeah, but I had to build everything way that, you know, I did it. Tkinter didn't help. Sure, Pawn. Ah, that's so. LEDs. So we're going to need some new things, and these new things are actually going to get me to make a new class for the library as well, which is going to be a simple, like, it's not a hoverable, it's just going to be like an image. But an image that you can change states on. I mean, I got a backgroundable, but I don't want a backgroundable for this. I would want a canvasable item. For now, what I could do is just make them hoverables, and I could actually populate them with just one color if I wanted them to be just one color. But since it's just an example of what things are going to eventually be when the wires are connected, when I start putting the code to the user interface, let's do it with it being actually a pushable, clickable, pushable, rollable. Let's do it with a rollable. Yeah, that'll be fun. So where are you going to stick it, Pawn? So placing the buttons, we're going to have LED1 dot... LED1 is equal to a rollable. It's the new class that I recently wrote. It's nothing. It's nothing, but it does enable one really cool kind of thing that probably won't be useful for most situations. LED1 equals a rollable. It will be attached to our self. It will fire the function of none, but the skinnable, space there, skinnable, will be equal to, well, I'm going to need LED1 skin, LED1 skin, I guess. Yeah. So that'll be LED1 skin, which means I have to make LED1 skin is equal to a skinnable. The skinnable is going to take values of UI, the directory path for the first LED thing, which will be the normal state of the LED will be red. LED red. Oh no, but they're capitals, Spawn. You made them all caps because you're a git. LED red will be the normal state. The hover state of this rollable will be UI slash LED green? LED yellow. Not PNG. And then the active state, the click it state, will be UI slash LED green. Okay, and there will be no disabled state because we're not using that right now. And then LED2 skin will, it's just this, but, nuggets, it will be, its natural state will be LED off, and then its hover state will be blue.png. And then the last one, I don't have another like color that needs to be shown for it. So we talked about probably only having 2 LEDs. Let's see how that looks, because I've only got true like use cases for 2. I can invent one if I need to just fill space kind of deal. But so that invents both of those. LED that instantiates both of those. LED1 dot place X Y. Where are you going to be placed? So let's see where it would be. Generally speaking, it's not going to be in exactly the same place as this, but I guess what we want to do is find out So if the width of the entire window is 207, then we would do 207. The space between these is going to be 3, is what we like so far. And there's just going to be 2 of them. So what we want is that in the middle of 207. So 23, 207 divided by 2. So 207 minus 23 divided by 2. 92 is where it'll start. So the first one will be put at x 92. Y, shit, I didn't check it. Why didn't I check? Why didn't I check? Why? That's going to be 341. 341. So 341. 92, 341. And the next one will be placed. So 10, which is 102, plus 3, so it'll be at 105 at 341. And go. Perfect. I did not tell them how big they are. I failed to express to them how big they're supposed to be. They are 10 by 10, right? So if I go back to the rollable, and I add a width of 10, a height... I did not hit spacebar, you don't know what you're talking about. To both of you guys, width and height of 10 on each of you, and then again, and we got 2 little things there. When I mouse over it, it goes to yellow. When I click on it, it doesn't go off of yellow. So, ooh, I like the blue one. Oh, the blue one's nice, innit? Yeah, so that's not... Alright, so you're gonna have to be a pushable, I guess. So instead of you being a rollable, you'll be a pushable. I didn't realize that a rollable doesn't change skin. There we go. So we roll it, and then when we click it... Ah, LEF green. So actually you might be able to be a rollable. I just misspelled LED. So LED green, we roll it, and then when we click it, it goes green. Yeah. And the idea here for the rollable thing, a rollable is supposed to, while you're clicking, when you mouse in and mouse out, it's supposed to like fire. It's supposed to change its mouse hover and fire the event and stuff. And it isn't. It isn't on like another one. Like when I roll into it, it would be firing the event right now if I were doing that, but it's supposed to do that. I guess we'd have to monitor all. So if I go back to the rollable in the class, because I just made this thing rollable, just as a little idea for like being able to make a piano. So under clickable, the rollable, I think its monitoring would actually have to be like, it would have to monitor all events to see if the mouse button is down. Yeah. You know, now that I'm thinking about that, these could all, like, monitor the same... That's a bad idea. That is a bad idea. I'm not going to do what I was just thinking out loud, was they could all monitor the same whether it's clicked state or not. But they need to know if it's clicked inside of them, in most instances. For the rollable, however, it doesn't. It just needs to know whether the mouse is currently down. So is there a way for me to check if the mouse is currently down on mouse in? Because we got if self.clicking, but that's only going to work if you started the click when you clicked. You know, and your click with the clicking. Otherwise, I can just set it up with a binding to, that is a bind all, that it will monitor all clicks for a rollover. But it would be nicer if there were a way to just pull it. So let's say self., WM, no, mouse, focus follows mouse, no, I test if the left button is held. Leave it go, I want my fuzzy bunny. Let's see if Stack Overflow knows anything. Tkinter test if mouse down. Check if mouse clicked. Trying to build a short script. If the mouse is clicked, then the mouse will reset to some arbitrary position. You're using 132 API, which I'm not going to do. Using get key state and checking the mouse state, so that's not it. You're using fucking Pygame or something. Pi input, you're using something else. 132, you're
Create a
using
web
something
song
else.
about Kinder.
I'll see if Harv wants to do that for me instead. Yeah, alright. We'll create the binding. When we instantiate a rollable, we will, in fact, I've got an active and a able, disable, and enable, right? I'm going to have to override that now, too. Let's try this. Self.bindAll. And this is going to be button 1. And when you do that, I'm going to need you to do the, you're going to need to call clicked, self.clicked, and this is going to have to not interfere with others, so I'll put the plus at the end of it. And I'm also going to have to bind all button release 1, and when that is fired, I'm going to need you to have... Do you not have an unclicked state for you? Well, I'm an idiot. No, mouse up. So you're inheriting it from clickable? Clickable has a mouse up. Okay, so then you would call mouse up, mouse in event if self.moused over, self.mouse over. Yeah, no. Your mouse up needs to exist back here, my friend. So the mouse up needs to happen here. I didn't do a lot of testing this class when I real quick slapped it together, did I? You need to turn your clicking down to false, and then if self.moused over equals self.function, but that doesn't, we don't want that to happen. We want to just that here, and then mouse up will override event, sorry. So we will mouse up, or super dot mouse up event. You okay? Yeah, just needed a second. Okay. So self.clicking equals false whenever you mouse up, which means self.mouse up when you button release anywhere, and then when you mouse in, we test if we're moused over, and if we're, well, we set our mouse over, and then we test if we're clicking, and if we are, we fire the event. Otherwise, we just do the mouse in event. And then on the mouse out event, that automatically, it's inherited from somewhere up here. Somebody had a mouse out event and should take care of everything. Try that. Okay. Missing something in binding. Oops, forgot to put the end brackets on the button 1 button release. Okay, now if I click here, ooh, you just both, okay. So when I click, you're testing, you're firing everything. If I click anywhere within the program, you're firing both of them. That looks cool, doesn't it? Looks cool. And then when I mouse over, you change states. So when I click, you're calling self.clicked. Self.clicking equals true. Self.configure BG equals red. No, we need to be doing a test for if we're moused over as well when clicked. So you'll be testing and he'll be testing for that. So mouse in will be testing for self.clicking and clicking, and then it will call self.clicked, and then we'll be calling, this is multi-testing is what it's doing. self dot moused over. Oh, moused over is a public variable, is it? Oh, alright. If self dot moused over, then like we would set our own clicking value to true. And we would do that. Oh shit, what did I do? I'm still there? Clickable, hoverable. I'm working on rollable. That's the one. I moused up, mouse down kind of thing. We do all of those things if we're moused over while we're clicking. Otherwise, we don't. When we mouse up, self.clicking equals false. Let's try that. Now, when I click somewhere, and I'm clicking and it's not doing anything. And then if I click somewhere and then I drag, it's supposed to do a thing. But it didn't. We should be setting self.clicking equals true, actually. Regardless, I suppose. Okay, so it does nothing when I click, but when I roll over it, still does nothing. Shit. I'm having ridiculous troubles. On the mouse up, I want you to change your image back to the... I haven't thought this out, and I'm just sort of slapping things in here, and it feels bad to do so. So on a rollable, the idea was that these would be like keys on a keyboard, was what a rollable would be. And you'd be able to click, and then sort of drag, sweep the mouse across something, and then they would all ding, 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 ding. You know, it would fire the event as your mouse moves into them, so long as the mouse button is down. In terms of what it should show, if you let off, then it should go back to the normal state, right? Yes. So if I were to say, just call the mouse out, that would screw up the whether we actually are moused out or moused in, so don't do that, but instead do self.configures. So we'll configure you to be, the normal state is supposed to be gray, I think, just for when there's no image there, and then the images would be 0. So do that. That should address one thing, which is that when I clicked it, it was staying there. And now when I let off it, it goes back to the normal state. Maybe you should go to the hover state on a rollable. Yeah, it probably should, shouldn't it? Which would be, instead of gray, it would be white, and it would be position 1. It works different depending on which things, you know, you want working. So now it's, yeah, it's, I'm hovered, I'm not hovered. That's reasonable for a rollable. When I mouse over it, I'm still getting that. But when I click and then drag, it's supposed to, like, when I mouse in and mouse out, it should be firing those things. So first off, let's test that mouse in is working. Print moused in, or mowed in. Doesn't matter what it prints as long as it tells me. So it's not detecting the mouse in event while I'm holding the button after I clicked in some other part of the program. I clicked here and then dragged across. So that's going to be the issue with that. I wonder if it would work if they were all part of like the same thing, the same frame. If that were the case, then it would work if I were to bind these to the background. Although then I can't click on the background because the background is bound as the draggable right now. So I can click anywhere on the background to drag it. Whoa, what just happened? When I click and then release anywhere on the background, it immediately snaps into those modes. Okay. I'm definitely fucking things up. So when I click self.clicking, if self.mouse over, then do these things. When I mouse up, self.clicking equals false. Okay, if self.moused over, then these things. Yeah. So now it doesn't do anything until I'm over here. So basically my rollable class is a little bit fucked right now. If I click inside of it, then when I drag across it, it would fire that function every time. Every single time that I dragged it, it would fire the function. whatever the function is associated with it, but that's starting on that one. And I want it to be able to like click on this one and then drag across the other for the rollable. I think the rollable is just a bad idea for a class at this point. Like it's looking like the functionality that I wanted to create would be the ability to click on anything else and then drag across, and then if you're holding down the mouse button when it mouses in, then it would fire the function, but it can't see the mouse. If I click from like over here and then drag across, it doesn't see the mouse, it doesn't see any of the events of this. It's not reporting a mouse in event for them, so it's not seeing that, which means what I would need to do is create a frame area in which you would place the keys, and then the frame area would, respond, and the keys would respond in the frame area, and then, it would be contained in a certain thing, and it could work that way. I'm going to try quickly, briefly, and see if it just happens to work. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to come back to it another day. But if I were to not bind the inner of the background and instead attach these two LEDs to not self, but self dot background. No. Is background just an object? Okay, background without the self. If I attach it to background dot inner, I'm just going to attach it to background. Background itself is a frame, so that might do. So for you, instead of self, you attach to background as well. Bang. Now, when I click on the background and drag across, again, nothing. Not getting anything. And then as soon as I'm not clicking anymore, so there's an inherent focus level of when you've clicked on one thing, it locks out the ability of anything else to receive the mouse in, mouse out data natively anyway. And I can certainly override that with more thoughtful code. Liverpool Barca 4-0. Oh my god. 4-1, says Jermaine. Okay. Let's try attaching it to the inner just to have tested all of the places. The inner will be, you're attaching it now to the text box that's within the background, which shouldn't help it at all. Yeah, clicking on that doesn't work. It doesn't work, basically. So the rollable class as written it wouldn't do what I've built it to do. Also, why are you LED2 skin equal to LED1 skin? Don't do that either. Yeah. So let's change these back to being bound, not to the background inner, but to the self, like everything else. It just take a little bit more code to get that working the way that I had in mind, and I'm not that committed to that class in the first place. It was just like, yeah, that'd be fun, but it looks like it's going to take more thoughtfulness and more code than as simple as I thought it was going to be to make the rollable class work. Or the print module. I might just drop the rollable class. I mean, this is a rollable, so yeah, leave it as it is for now. It's basically functioning. It's not doing the thing that I wanted it to do, but it is doing, what it would need to do for the idea of being able to click on something, and then it would fire the event, and then when you drag out, it does nothing. When you drag back in, it fires it again. So it is still functioning as a rollable, just not the way that I had, intended it to, so fuck it, I'll leave it. We will change the type of this from a rollable to a pushable, I guess. Would you function as a clickable? You'd have the mouse over. Would you change when I clicked on you? Let's find out. 1, 2.
You can't buy me hot dog, man.
Blade Purple 800 bonus 81 id to make a guiABLE class.
Okay. It looks like you just made it, little magnets. Thank you. Good God. 800 bits plus the 80. Jesus, thank you very much, little magnets. Oh, Jermacian, making you feel anything. Macy gave 200 and friggin' is 20,000 bits over the course of last week. My God. And then little magnets showing up with the 800. Payable. What would that be? So that would integrate with the Steam network and move your Bitcoin from one place to another. I think I could do that. LED 1 is going to be, we'll make it a clickable. We'll make this one a clickable as well. Thank you so much. Clickable. Boom. So if I mouse over it, and then when I click it, it does nothing. It does nothing. So clickable doesn't have a... I didn't give clickable a, like, click thing because whatever it does when you click on it, it's supposed to just fucking do it. Yeah. I wonder, I question whether or not that's the best idea for that. I could give it a you know, active state. It wouldn't hurt me anything to do it. It has to be instantiated somewhere in the classes. So we'll make this a pushable. The pushables will work the way... Did you just change... Okay, so that's right, because I put this shit into the rollable class. You need to not be any of that. You need to, that isn't working anyway, so probably everything will still work without the bind alls going on there. Because we're still doing the button 1 button release thing. So yeah, it was inheriting other properties from that class, and fuck it. So there's a pushable for you. That's how that works. It's red, then you mouse over, you get a different one when you click. You pull away, you come back, it does a different thing. I can make it a, what's the other one after pushable? Not toggleable, but holdable. Holdable would be good too. It doesn't matter. We're just shoving things in for testing, but in the process of like testing here and playing around, I am seeing some things that I might want to rethink about the library. If it's a holdable, then when I click on it and I drag away, it stays that until I release. And then when I release, it changes the LED. So I think I'll use those as holdables for now. But so those are the two LEDs. I can go ahead and put the dragability back in here. Where did I take it out? I just commented it out, right? So it'll be after the instantiation of the window, after the creation, it's right there. Now I can drag the class again. 2 LEDs does not look as good as 3 LEDs. I've got to be honest with you there. I think I'd prefer if there were 3 LEDs there. Especially centered the way that they are. It just looks nicer. It looked nicer in the design, so I'm going to do that thing, which means calculator. Show me my past calculations. So 207 minus 23. We want 207 minus 36 divided by 207. I love this. 207 minus 36 divided by 2. Can't even make a fucking calculator, this is Microsoft. So 85.5. We're going to have 3 LEDs there instead of 2, and we're going to have to start them at apparently 85. It'll be a little bit off. So 3 LEDs instead of 2. Let's add one more LED in. And let's move them all. They were previously starting at 92, right? So you're going to be 85, and then you're going to be 10 plus 3 away, so 95, that's 98. And then you're going to be 10 plus 3 away, which is 108, which is 111. So those will be those. LED 2 is now going to be LED 3, at least this new one that I've copied in. LED 3, and then if the second one were... the second LED where instead of its default state off, let's make it its default state is green, and then the other mouse over state is, and I don't fucking know, off, and then you'll be off in blue. And then if I refresh, we now have 3 of them. They all loaded up to green. I didn't tell you to use the different skin, so LED 3 skin. There you go. I got red, green, and that one. So, like that. If I click and hold, you go green. If I mouse over, you just go black. If I do that, you do the other thing. Yeah. I think I like the blue better. Blue's nicer. So LED, let's have you be blue, and then when I mouse over you, you go off. Because the blue is nice, isn't it? Be off. Now there's red, green, blue. You got all of them, and then the red can also go yellow if we wanted to. The red just doesn't really sit well there. It's just not as vibrant. It doesn't look as, lit as the others, but what are you doing? Hey all, what's up? Windows 10, everyone? What? Red, yellow, and green? Red, yellow, and green. That's those three right there. And then you get the green in the off and the blue in the off. The red, I just need to spend some more time working on that 10 by 10 pixel thing that I've already put in like 20 minutes or half an hour, trying to get the red to look like glowy in 10 pixels. And the other ones, just because they're so bright, you just see them as, wow, those are hot lit. But red is really hard to make hot, without it just turning pink on you. So if you want it to actually convey redness and brightness, good luck with that, because I've been having trouble. It also looks like it's, to my eye anyway, from where I'm sitting, it looks like it's 1 pixel lower than the rest of them. And it's not. It's just, the illusion of the colors. I mean, the on colors, red, yellow, green. What do you mean, the on colors? You still aren't making sense. RMAJ. No point. I mean the on colors, red, yellow, green. Oh, you want these all to be red, yellow, and green to start with. You know what I'd probably be better with is, just so that it doesn't bother me. If I had the first one be green, because green looks nice, and then I made the green go to, like, red when you mouse over it, and then it went to off. This is just it doesn't matter. I'm just playing in the sandbox right now. That is all I'm doing. And then this one could be the blue, because that'll be nice. And the blue will also go off, and then you will be the yellow. Those three look good. The red one bothers me. But these three all look bright and lit, and also, hey, they kind of match the color scheme of the whole thing. Well, the yellow one actually looks 1 pixel lower than the rest of them too, doesn't it? Like, at least to my eye right now, looks 1 pixel lower. Interesting what the how the eye gets fooled by things unless those numbers are not the same. They are the same. And if I were to move it up by 1, yeah, then it'll look too high. It'll definitely look too high. I could just have them not all on the same exact row, and that would take care of it. If they were just all, like, if it was intentionally a little bit of a V design to it, and it wouldn't look weird at all. But I'll just keep playing with those designs. But there you go. In a little bit of time, we got the new design in there. The background here is making it look shit. I'll be honest with you on that count. Like, it looks a lot better in GIMP. When you're actually getting the, off-screen effect. What the hell is that? When did that happen? Don't worry, just cover it over and nobody will ever know. It looks a lot better, a lot more complete of a design, nicer, but we've just slapped the old, UI interface into it, so. But there you go. There you go. Instead of LED dots, how about bar lighting indicators? Make it look all 80s sports car. It already looks 80s. I'm done with the design part, RMAJ. You can't show up late and then dictate the design. And anybody who showed up here on...
Split purple 100 bonus 10 grid job pound. You will make $1 και 10 cents.
Ooh, Eddie Covario, 10 cents. Oh, I love it. Thank you, Jermaine. Anyone who showed up here on time can't make any requests either, because I was already done with it by the time I showed up. RMAJ. Yeah. Here's the other design, though, RMAJ, since you haven't seen. I did do 2 skins for it, so that's the circa 1984 skin. This is the generic Chinese knockoff, but sleek, sleek tech looking. It's just hot. It's just sexy with those glass in the hot, but it's also kind of bland and looks like somebody didn't put a lot of effort into the rest of the design of it. I really liked this jeweled effect on the handles like that, but I just couldn't. It's just not right. just not. I would like a 80s neon pink theme. I can download once this one's done, please. Thanks. I've already got, there's already neon pink in the circa 1984 one. It's just the split RP. I could change these out to pink and then that to blue, I suppose. Let's put the settings bar back up on this one. Where was it? Monitor group. What's background number 1? Where are we? LS server, reset 3 options. That's for settings. Don't need the settings. We need you. And then it's circa 1984. Jesus, the nesting going on over here. Settings text. No, it's you. Yes, you. There we go. In the original design. So that's the niceness of it. And now, like, the next step is to, you know, make the interior here not awful. Not awful. The idea also is when I click the settings button, like, all the LEDs are going to turn off. Or when I click it and it's out, all the LEDs are going to turn off. And then this is going to, you know, unload from visibility as well. And the screen, black screen will come up. So it'll be completely off when you've got it open. And that's going to communicate to the user, since I don't have like a save settings button anywhere in this design, that as long as this is out, none of the changes have been, you know, made or saved. And you can't do anything with the program. And then when you click it back in, it will, everything will come back to life and it'll loading your new settings and changes and stuff. So it's just it's a cool little way of working the user interaction into the design elements of not having like a confirmation button or anything like that. So yeah, it's going to go black. You'll see the black screen. All the LEDs will be off and it'll be out. And you click it back in. I might even put, you know, audio effects in it. Who knows? Maybe when you click it up to start it, it'll sound like this. I could do whatever the fuck I want, really, when you get down to it. But yeah, there's the new design. Go ahead and like minimize you. Bring you over here so that you're just sort of standing out there on your own. The interior of the screen, I haven't designed on it. I haven't thought too much about it other than to say that I want it to look like a backlit screen. You know, it'll look like a backlit screen, and then whatever gets drawn onto it. The difficulty with this is going to be that Tkinter doesn't support any kind of like alpha stuff, so I can't have any of these checkbox elements or the backgrounds, the text, any of that stuff on top of like the background image of the screen. It'll just cover it over with whatever its background color is. You can draw text onto a canvas, so you could draw the background onto the canvas and then onto the canvas draw text over the top of it. But that's that's way too deep for what I'm trying to actually go for here, so that's not going to happen. But bearing that in mind, that's going to be the difficult part, is making sure that the design of everything that happens inside the window has a good color scheme and good images, and maybe I'll do some nested imaging so that I can control the background a little bit more. But any place that there's going to be text labels and stuff like that, I can put labels in as background images, but I can't have labels as background images where the text go on top of the labels. So one of the things that I have been planning on making, I think I've got it written down here. Yes, I do. The labelable class, which is going to be simply what I described before, which is a label where, because all of my classes in guiABLE are built on canvases, not all of them, but the main body of them, holdables, toggleables, pushables, rollables, clickables, hoverables, they're all canvases to start, and then functions are added. So the labelable will also be a canvas that gets an image drawn to it, and then you can tell it text. It'll save that text, and every time it draws the image, it will then draw the text on top of the image. So anytime you hover over it, you can have the image change, and the text will be redrawn. You could even have the text change if I decided to integrate it that way. But I will make a hoverable, clickable, with a text overlay thing.
8-bit オーディオ2
8-bit audio too, but it's not 8-bit. I mean, it's a tablet. It's just themed. It's just themed, you know, in 80s colors and design choices, but it's still like a 16:9 black screen tablet. Look at these buttons. Look at them dance. Look at my buttons dance. They dance. And I love doing it like that, where it's like, you remember those kind of buttons, right? Maybe you don't. You know, buttons that were very like rubber dice buttons. They felt like rounded rubber dice buttons. And when you pressed them in, you could press them, you know, straight in, but usually you'd go to press one in and it would kind of go down on one side and then you could push in the other side. It would kind of flop like that down. And I like the idea of making buttons that are intentionally like they only toggle in one direction down instead. So I did that. I like it. Looks like it doesn't want you to click it. It's trying to avoid me. Quick, no. And it works for having those be like the mouse over images, because anytime you actually do click these, it's just going to like do whatever it was going to do. So there's no reason to like see a I'm ready to be clicked state kind of thing. The way that there might be for a checkbox or something like that. Settings being a clickable. Yeah, we can still get that. We can force that little white bar at the edge. If I just click really fast, there it was, for a single frame. Click really fast there. But this being a clickable makes perfect sense too. You can't mouse on this and hold and then drag off and come back and click it. Okay, yeah, no, that's the way that should work. Yeah, I was just checking on that. But it just, as soon as you click it, it does the thing, which is perfect for this, because it's like, it's a non-critical thing. If you pop it open, no big deal. Unless you were in the middle of a run and you clicked on it and then it still wouldn't make a difference. Like, I'm still going to hold all of the information about it. And you shouldn't be changing the settings during a fucking run anyway, but I think it'll still be fine. And then when I click on these, it reports down here what's actually happened. The scroll bar is missing right now because this actually contains the whole list. Let's, just for fun, funsies, change the height of this scrollable pane area that I've made so that there is a need for the scroll bar, and I will first do that by, let's see, if I take 30 off of you, then you'll be 132, and then if I take 30 off of you, no, if I add 30 to you, so you'll be 192, and then I take 30 off of you, you'll be 258, and then boom, shit. Oh, I just added that to the wrong. So you need to remain 162 because that's your width. The height is what I want to move you to being instantiated. Well, that's the height. So I want you to be 258, and then I want this to be 30 down, which will be 77. There you go. So now we've got need of and use for the scroll bar again, and then there's a spot up here. And in fact, in the final design, my idea is to have something more like, take another 30 off, 28, more like this, so that the middle area here will be whatever it is. Are you overlapping on the left? You definitely are. You need to be 163. No, you need to be 161 in width, and you need to start on pixel 22. I think anyway. There will be a space up here where it will always hold like the load file area. It'll always say that on the display, and then down here there will be a place where it always says the status, just, you know, the status of the menu. And it'll all be themed in the same sort of styling of an on-text display, or on-screen display of text, and it'll look like an application running in itself, and, you know, you get where I'm coming from, or you don't, one of those two things. Cooldown period on the settings push? Nah, doesn't matter. It's something that if you really, really, you know, click the crap out of it, then you can get it to eventually do like one little frame, frame of, you can see that white thing. It's like, I don't care. You know, if you're going to go out of your way to try and find something to bodge in the program. I just couldn't do it. I was just clicking this. I'm going to ruin my mouse. I'm not going to do that. You know, that's up to you. I looked into, you know, whether or not I could get rid of that little white strip appearing, and I couldn't find any code that would stop it from happening. So I think it's just Tkinter not keeping up in its own draw cycles. Just very rarely, occasionally, under weird circumstances. I may be able to fix it. When you click settings, it should say settings in a way that sounds like the old Sega. Settings. I like that on the edge. Blow on it. It'll fix it. Yeah, it's what I always tell her. There's all the different colors for the LEDs. It's pretty. It's prettier when there's actually none of this. None of this exists. It looks even better. So the interior design is going to have to be pretty dark. Let's actually grab a screenshot of this as it is, drop it into GIMP, and see if things are being put in place the way that I expect them to. Yes. Unless, is there a black edge along that side? I don't think I put a black edge along that side. And then over here, yeah, you're fine. But do I have a black edge on that side of things? I don't think I do. Which would mean that my measurements were correct the first time. Which would mean you'd be 21. And you'd be 160. Sorry? Oh, God. You'd be 162, or 163, is that what we said? Yeah. So give me this. It looks like it's overlapped, doesn't it? Let's take another screenshot. Just so I can do a, you know, pixel observation. Yeah, see, that's exactly correct. It's giving that little edge, that little lip edge right there. And then on this side, we're also getting that little lip edge that I put in, a single pixel's lip edge along there. Might want it to be black.
Or how about Turk 182?
The screen looked like a TI-82, and Dramatian suggests a Turk 182. Is that? That's one of Arnie's early movies, right? Turk 182, I'll be governor, right? Eventually. I saw that one, I think, in theaters in 1978 when he was still a bodybuilder, and I was totally alive. There you go. So that's fine-ish. Fine-ish. The pixels, I think I do want like a hard black line there. I want a little bit of spacing going on. A little bit of space going on. Which would be as easy to do as just putting it back where I had it before. You know, now I know it's in 162 and you're a 20. No, you're a 22. You need to move in a little bit. Yeah, and then you get the harder line there, which makes it look right and inset, and in fact, maybe even taking another one off so you get another hard black line on the right side as well, and then it floats on the interior. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do it in a row down here at Spoil Sport Motors. So you go away. You give me another screenshot. Quick. Pixel by pixel analysis. Yeah, we get one hard black line there. We get no hard black line here. So that's why we do the pixel by pixel analysis. I need you to be a width of 160, apparently. And then I get a hard black line on that side as well, which actually looks too much. So I'm going to go back to 161. I don't know how it's going to look in the end anyway. All these little things will be adjusted later, but I just don't want to start on a bigger project, which is why I'm just sort of eating time. Not that we need to eat time. I just don't want to go yet either, apparently, from the live stream. It's time for me to go from the live stream is what we're getting around to. All the designs are working, all the buttons do the things, the LEDs do the things, the mouse overs are working again, the scrolling is happening. It's now about figuring out what the interior, internal display is going to look like for the data that's coming in, and then it'll be a lot of, routing events to change the states of buttons and signals and stuff like that. But, we know that the program itself, the auto splitter, works. We've got a UI design that I don't hate, and I really like it when you do that. I do also have to eventually, like, care about this button, because I'm pretty sure, like, even while it's in there, you can click on this button while it's still under there. I can see the image, I think, changing. Yeah, so that's got to be disabled when this window is disabled. Like, nothing should be able to function when that's in. But I like that it sticks out just a little bit, you know? It's another thing that makes it curious, like, oh, what's that? I also want to make it so that when you click on this, it pops out. Because I think it's very likely that people will see this design and they'll go, oh, what? And then they'll click on it to try and get it to pop open. So I want it to respond there. This will be the official button, but you will have the ability to just click on that and it'll pop. There's a lot of little nothings that go into UI design when you want it a certain way, and these are the ways that I want it, and we're getting there. Coming together nicely, says On Edge. Thank you. Pawnee Don't Goo. Turk 182 is a movie from the 80s. Did it involve Arnie? Mr. Schwarzenegger? Turk 182. Jimmy Lynch is angry because his older brother, who was injured as a result of an off-duty fire rescue, is denied benefits by the city. So he teams up with Arnold Schwarzenegger in a minigun and goes buck wild. And Predator shows up, all kinds of shit. No, I never heard of no Turk 182s. Should we talk like good 80s movies? Ever seen Heavy Metal? That's sexy. Oh, yeah, it's that old school sexy, too, where it's like a little bit, that probably shouldn't be doing that. And in a cartoon, definitely shouldn't be doing that. It's good. But yeah, so we got the red, the green, the off, the blue, the off, the yellow, the off. And then I'm still taking my victory lap of just, that's cool. I like seeing my design come to life and actually be active in a program, and you can drag it around, you click buttons and things happen. I should be a UI designer for Python in particular, especially since I got my own custom, library that no one else has, and you can't get currently at github.com/RonanPawn/guiABLE, especially if you went to the pre-release folder, and then you couldn't get almost all of my changes, almost all of the things. So I could go into business, people are going to see this, they're going to be like, wow, that is really cool. We need to hire that guy. And then so long as someone doesn't put my library up at github.com/RonanPawn/guiABLE, then I'm going to be just making bank over here. And then I'll be a fan of the top-down economy, because the only real reason why anybody thinks that it's, wants to be a socialist or thinks that there's something bad about the top-down economy is just that they're not, at the top right now. They're not making the money. But when they start making money, they're going to think it's really cool. It has nothing to do with it being an objectively amoral bullshit classist system that borders on Nazism. Has nothing to do with that whatsoever. I am the Ronin born. I am the Ronin born.
Hey, I love you so I want you to know happy. I'm gonna miss your last minute you walk out that door so. Please don't go away, please don't go, I'm begging you to stay.
Well, since you asked nicely, and since you're so sweet, and you put it in such prose and poetry, and since you donated, well, you did it. For all of those reasons and more, I say to you, Jermacian, and everyone else here, pawn out.